Hello, everyone! It has been a whole week, well, not for me and not for some of our players, but it has been a whole week since the Goldshine investigations last said hello, so say hello, everyone! Hi, chat! We are once again back with our homebrew campaign of Goldshine Investigations, a D&D 5e campaign with a variety of cool, interesting things that hopefully you'll get to see soon. Today and every day. My name is Graham, or Graham Crackers. Welcome to the channel. If you're new, welcome. We're glad to have you here. If you are returning, it is wonderful to see you. Today I am playing the Tiefling Paladin Oath of Conquest, Gaheris Nervos Blackmont. And I'm going to pass it off to introduce their characters to none other than the illustrious...
Yes. I am Pharaoh. I will be playing Utaka, the Water Ganassi cleric rogue of a couple different gods that include such awesome things as insects and hurricanes and stuff. And I am joined by...
Hey everybody, it's me, Kari. I play Israel, the half-elven Fey Pact warlock, who doesn't worship anybody, doesn't believe in anything except her friends. All right, next up.
Hi, that's me. Friendship. Hi everybody, I'm Derek Sword. I'm playing Griaz Bramble-Pelt, who is a swampy bugbear druid and also rogue, because why not have two partial rogues at a party? Whatever could go wrong with that. And I will hand it off to the very lovely Jeremy.
Hello everyone, my name is Jeremy, and I have the pleasure of playing Ivron Blackmont, the Oath of Devotion Aasimar Paladin. And without further ado, I will now pass along to our wonderful GM.
That's me. I'm Matt, your DM. I will be playing everyone else. So, are we all ready to dive back in?
Heck yeah, I'm pumped. I'm ready. You don't even need to ask anymore. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. Let me at him, Chief.
Slow down there, detective. All right. In that case,
when we last left 30 cars, McCoy. Sorry.
When we last left off, the party arrived at the Emelian Empire village of Ground, a small, out-of-the-way town in the depths of the forest, making their way south to accompany Captain Brooke Butler, the strange, not quite undead, but not quite alive pirate captain and her crew, who has agreed to escort the party across the lake to Griaz's home of the Black Swamp, hopefully shaving time off of their overall travel to save Griaz's home as quickly as possible. But taking a few cases from the GSIA that they could solve along the way, the party is currently investigating the case of the artist. A string of disappearances have been plaguing this small frozen village that was originally meant to play host to the Winter Festival. While most of the shops and businesses have been spared, townsfolk originally out in the forest and now in the streets during the day are being abducted and apparently being turned into snowmen. There are multiple suspects, multiple leads. A famous poacher from the area has gone missing in an attempt to solve the case himself. A mysterious blacksmith that sells silvered weapons that have been appearing in the hands of these snowmen is currently operating in the depths of the town. And strange caribou cries of predatory elkin creatures stalk the night, whistling over the snowy village. So, as Ivron and Utaka leave Cleo's carnival of creatures, Israel and Gaheris share a bed at the local inn, and Griaz sits listening to the distant elk cries. Griaz, sitting in the Bubble Creek Inn, as you can hear the piercing whistles of the distant caribou. They are definitely closer to the tree line now. Is there anything you'd like to do, or are you just gonna spend the night observing before bed?
So he determined that these aren't like actual caribou. This is something somewhat unnatural. I think.
Yes, you and Israel were both able to identify the call as being like a caribou, but off in some way. Although you can't exactly put your finger on how, but it's definitely off.
If they're getting closer to the tree line, there was part of him that was like, I'm just going to barricade myself in the room and just hope for the best. But I think curiosity is maybe getting a hold of him at this point. So he is going to take his goggles and just go kind of just trudging outside. Just not going like all the way up to the tree line, but he's going to just see if he can see any. He's a perceptive boy. The goggles have a 10-foot range, so he's definitely not getting that close.
Yeah, but just in case.
Yeah, he's looking for movement. He's keeping close enough to where if he has to run back inside, he would maybe be able to do that with like a dash of a turn.
Okay.
If we're speaking mechanically about this.
Yeah, no, totally understandable. Okay. Make me a perception check. And it's starting to get late. It's not quite dark yet, but between the snow and the decreasing light, roll me perception at disadvantage. But because between the snow, the darkening sky, and the cover of the trees and stuff, it's going to be hard to see much.
Wow. Okay. Well, it was nat 20 and then an 8. So a 17 in total because he does have a +9. But
okay. Griaz, as you put your goggles on and step quietly out of the Bubble Creek Inn, you thankfully, between your fur and the winter gear that your party had acquired in Vale Bright, it's not too cold here. So you start to make your way towards the distant cabin and the woods stretching beyond them. Not going so far as to not be able to retreat if the need arose, but just keeping your eyes open. And as you take a few cautious steps towards the fleeting forest that stretches beyond the village of ground, you kind of squint a bit behind the goggles thankfully shielding your eyes from some of the snow, as you do see some distant movement not too far from the distant cabin of the hunter who had gone missing. And as you kind of squint, it's for a brief moment, a part of you almost instinctively thinks that a tree itself is moving, but you realize as you look closer that it's simply a massive dark shape at the edge of the trees. And as you squint and kind of almost unconsciously adjust the goggles, even though you know their reach doesn't extend that far, you can just make out, if you squint, the massive form of an elk sniffing at the ground near the cabin. They sniff near the wall and kind of tracing their massive bowed head with gnarly looking bent and tangled horns that almost look like gnarled tree branches as they sniff at the floor of snow. And you realize the path they're following, the path that Israel had been patrolling near the broken window, tracing the footprints left behind. And as it sniffs for about a minute, it looks up and gazes at the village, and you almost feel like it's looking directly at you. Although you're not sure with the distance, it could just be looking at the village as a whole, but you have that shudder up your spine as if it's looking directly at you and knows you're there. The elk stares for a moment, and you hear another one of those piercing, nightmarish whistles. And the elk turns its head calmly, but attentively towards the tree line, and echoes it back, that horrifying, piercing. And you see a massive shifting form hidden in the tree lines, bigger than the elk itself, but you can only make out a shape moving. Between the trees and the snow, you can't see exactly what it is, but you see something in the trees moving. The elk staring at it and giving a kind of low shake of the head and a huff, breath of icy smoke coming from its mouth. And it begins to trudge back into the tree line. And the massive shape is still for several minutes before turning and disappearing into the forest.
Well, okay. He's holding on to his shotgun pretty tight at this point. Not sure whether that actually even do anything. Just gonna try to keep an eye on the woods and just keep walking backwards until he gets back to a building. And he knows that if he turns around, there will be at least, something at his back. His eyes are not going to leave those woods.
Okay. Keeping your grip tight on your nightmare weapon, you make your way backwards. The distance that you were so confident that in a hurry you could sprint in seconds feels like ages of just trudging backwards. The late afternoon snowy tree line of the fleeting forest feeling like this cavernous abyss with unknown monsters hosted within. And you almost jump instinctively when you feel the back of the Bubble Creek Inn at your back and grab for the door and shut yourself inside quickly.
He's just going back to bed where he should have fucking stayed to begin with.
Ivran and Utaka. With your new pet and new magical bubbles in tow, you begin making your way back into town. At the time, you had intended to confront the Cambion, who has been reported making sketches of people in the streets. You can change your destination if you wish, but that was what you were doing when we left off.
Her or the blacksmith. I think we were keeping an eye out for both. They were both of interest.
Okay. Utaka, because you were keeping an eye out for the rogue, who has not been seen in a while, the blacksmith, and this mysterious sketch artist, go ahead and make me a perception check. I'll give you advantage since Ivran is with you. Presumably also keeping an eye out himself.
Thank you for that. +1 from the advantage. Turned my 10 into an 11. +4, so 15.
Okay. Making your way into the Village of Ground, back into its more core area. You look around and a little bit a ways from the market square where all of the stands and stalls have been erected, you see a small, out-of-the-way smithy. It appears to be somewhat dilapidated and underused, but working within, you see a tall, muscular form working within. The fire of the forge is lit, and the figure working silently on what appears to be a short sword. Their back is to you, so you cannot see their face, but they appear to be shirtless. Their figure relatively muscular, and they have long, curly black hair going down to their shoulder blades with light shades of white at the tips. And taking a glance to the market square, you see that the blue Cambion you had passed appears to still be at the stall. You see Captain Brooke actually conversing with them alongside a person you don't recognize in a green cloak. just seeming to make relatively casual conversation. They don't seem urgent or upset at all.
Do we see the poachers with Brooke?
You do not see the poachers with them, although I'll say with what you rolled, you do see a couple of them just around the town. It appears that they simply returned from the forest before it got too late, likely not wanting to be out there in the dead of night.
Okay, but we do see the poachers as well as having returned. Not like her without them.
Okay. You see the poachers appear to just be wandering through the town visiting some of the local shops. They appear to be unfamiliar with the place and are just interested.
I'll glance at Ron.
Open stinger. Just looking at you, because he said that he was going to follow you to whichever destination you choose.
Oh, yeah. And I haven't seen the Two Dagger person, which is literally the only character defining trait I know about them. I don't know their gender or race or age.
Yeah. No, you do not. You do not see them.
Okay. What do you think?
Well, we do have an investigation to get underway.
Yeah.
So, questioning some of these suspects, are they?
I don't know. I guess? That makes it sound like we're, like, legit. I don't know if we're legit, everyone.
He's kind of taken aback by this and, like, looks down at his badge and looks back at Utaka and is like, what do you think we've been doing for the last six,
No.
7 months?
Like I get that. Like, we're badasses, but that makes it sound like we are the law and we're not. I mean, it's fine.
If Ron uncomfortably, actually, we're above the law.
I think he just shrugs and he's like, oh, okay, well, I said that I would follow your lead, so whichever you would like to talk to first.
Yeah, okay. And I guess... He'll kind of... And I guess head over towards Brooke and the chick.
All right. The two of you begin making your way towards the stand. And as you approach, Brooke sees the two of you coming and gives a friendly wave. And as the two of you get closer, she actually nudges the blue-skinned tiefling and nods to you, the tiefling turning their attention towards the two of you and giving a smile and a wave as they had when you first passed them. And as the two of you get closer, Brooke gives a tip of her feathered hat to the two of you and nods to the Cambion. I was just letting some of the townsfolk know that the GSI was here to alleviate some of their concerns. They don't want to admit it, but the people here are starting to get frightened. And the Cambion gives a nod, and I don't know if I will go as far as to leave as your friend is suggesting, but I'm confident that people with your investigative talents will be more than sufficient to unravel this little paradox we find ourselves in.
That true though? You're frightened? You don't look frightened.
They give a little bit of a shrug and much like the rest of the people in this town, I am keeping spirits high. That is why I started playing my little game with people. Give them something to distract themselves with. Make them feel a little more at ease and comfortable until the threat passes over like the storm.
I'm trying to gauge if she's making a crack at me.
Make an insight check.
Okay. 18.
Appears to be a relatively innocent, if overly poetic statement.
Okay.
Is there anything I can do to help your team's investigation?
I don't know. Maybe ask the guy with the bunny.
Ron takes a slight bow, and he would ask the same questions that he's asked around town so far, as if there's anything that they've seen specifically, maybe with the creatures that have been described as such.
They kind of think for a moment, glancing to the four people in front of them. And also Utaka, as the green-cloaked figure turns to look at the two of you, seeming more curious than anything. You do see 2 daggers on their person that you were not able to see with their cloak on.
That's a trait unique only to them, I'm sure. So
Absolutely.
I've definitely found the right person.
The sketch artist thinks for a moment, and as they're thinking, the two of you kind of, now that you're seeing them closer up, take a chance to examine them a bit. They are similar to Geharis, a blue-skinned Cambion or Tiefling. Their shade a little bit darker than Geharis's more kind of baby blue. Sort of more that deep midnight blue shade. Their clothes are relatively shabby, although appear to be recently purchased. It seems less like the clothes are old and more like they simply couldn't afford something better. Their head, as mentioned, is completely bald. Although from the patches you can see, you gauge that they may have had red hair whenever they still had it, although you can't tell at a glance what caused them to go bald. And their gaze is completely relaxed and casual as they look over all of you. And after a moment of considering your questions, Ivran, they nod. Well, obviously, and they tap one of the unpainted canvases next to them. I have made a bit of a habit of observing the people in this town, so I like to think I've learned some of their habits and personalities. The poacher who went missing, Mr. Legume, he and I had been speaking. He had asked for a portrait to be made of him not long before his disappearance. But the strange creatures in the forest emerged not long after he went missing. Perhaps whatever he did, if the stories are true, that he tried to solve the mystery alone, perhaps he aggravated someone he shouldn't have, or treaded upon some ground he was not meant to tread. Perhaps it's mere coincidence, but I thought perhaps it would be of use to you. Beyond that,
You got that portrait of him?
Indeed, I do. They smile and start rifling under and you can hear several canvases and paintings being moved aside. And as they do, they kind of give all of you a somewhat guilty, almost embarrassed looking smile. And are the two of you experienced with the arts in any way?
I have seen many forms of art. I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I have experienced their uniqueness.
I think I'm a connoisseur of gems and jewelry.
Oh,
They're
but
pretty, right?
beautiful, but a good piece of art can have so much more value than beyond the gold. As they hold up the canvas, it's back facing to you, so you can't see it right away. They again have that kind of embarrassed smile, kind of shifting in place, and I am a little bit, what is the word? The people of this town call me eccentric. I like to be very, oh, what is the common word for it? I am very non-traditional with my pieces, and it's expressive. It's meant to speak more to the subject than to just what is seen with the eye. You understand, we?
Yes.
Do we?
I think we do. Yes. Yes, we. Yes.
They give a bit of a smile to both of you, and I do not typically show my pieces off so suddenly, but anything for people with badges, yes? And they flip the canvas around to allow you to see the portrait.
As they do this, I want to cast ever so subtly detect magic over the area.
Okay. Utaka, as the canvas is turned, you see a portrait of an elvish man lounging very evocatively on a bed that is very familiar to you. Wearing a blood red long coat and what appears to be a brown leather vest. Their hair is long, the typical elven lengthy hair, tied back in a ponytail, appears to be a dark brownish black color. Their features are rugged and handsome. As per most elves, they do not have facial hair, although you can tell this guy was a human. He would have the greatest beard. And
Is
you
he wearing that necklace in the portrait?
make a perception check.
Okay. $14.
You do not see it around their neck. However, looking under the like at the bed part of the painting, you do see the tip of the lockbox painted as if it was already there when the painting was made. So the lockbox was there, but they are not wearing the necklace in the painting. And from the angle, it appears like, if this is indeed Mr. Legume, it appears like they're lounging on the bed that you had seen in their home, although it is obviously much more tidy than it is in its current state. However, you start to notice what this person was talking about whenever they mentioned their pieces being somewhat interpretive and eccentric. For while Legume physically is completely unremarkable beyond being handsome, you see sprouting from their head a massive pair of branch-like antlers that appear to be dripping with blood. Ivron, as you quietly cast Detect Magic, the Cambion and the canvas both spark violently with that piercing red and black static of the ritual magic of the Children of Red Sight.
Is there a medallion of the Children of Red Sight, as is seems to be the modus operandi for these agents, I guess, to wear?
Make a perception check.
14.
No, they do not appear to be wearing the medallion.
If Ron keeping his bearing will say nothing, but I think if he's standing close enough to Utaka, might give him a nudge.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Don't worry. I totally know what he's nudging me about. Kind of look over the portrait and go, huh. Okay, thanks. That's really helpful. Then I would like to cast Sending.
Okay, who would you like to send to?
To a Mr. Avenant Legume.
Okay, what would you like to say?
Okay. So, hey, sorry, you don't know me. But if you're alive, I guess say hi. That'd be great. And then I will swap to Primordial for the last 10 words. And say, hey, if you're like a snowman, say hi, tell me you're alive. Thanks.
Griaz. As you're heading back up to your room and just trying to make yourself comfortable and feel safe in your bed, you hear it again. The piercing elk-like whine from the forest. And Utaka, you get a response in Primordial. So hungry. So hungry.
Well, that was creepy as fuck, I say out loud. He's alive.
Oh, that is a relief.
Yeah, a relief.
I know the man was by no means a particularly charming character, but I would not want any blood to be shed in this humble little town.
Can everyone insight check that?
Make an insight check.
19.
They appear to be being forthright. Like they actually seem genuinely caught off guard that Utaka is so dismissive of how amazing it is that someone who's been missing for so long is safe.
This is good news. And that is a wonderful painting that you have there.
Oh, thank you very much. Most people do not understand what I'm trying to express with my pieces.
Very, very bold. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
How long ago, or how long after, rather, you painted this portrait did Mr. Lagoon go missing?
Well, I do not know exactly when he disappeared, but his cabin was first found to be in the sorry state it is in about 3 days after I went to their home to do their portrait personally. I typically do them right here at the stand, but he was insistent that I had to, what was the word he used? Get his good side.
Yes, I can only imagine.
How much you charge for him?
I do not charge too much for my pieces. 6 silvers for a portrait. And they kind of tug at their shabby robes. Admittedly, something of an underselling, but my pieces are not meant for profit. They are meant for expression, to see the true self.
Huh.
Would
Cool.
any of them perhaps be for sale?
Well, I typically only sell portraits of the people who commission them, but I suppose if they have not come back for them yet, they very well might not. Did you have any in mind? I would be more than happy to do a custom piece.
Did you do one for them? And I'm gonna thumb towards Brooke and the green cloaked figure.
Brooke holds up a hand and just, I've never exactly been a fan of the arts. But
it'd look real great in your captain's quarters, just saying.
Not a bad point. 6 silver, you said. And the Cambion nods enthusiastically. The green-cloaked figure kind of gives a somewhat shy smile and just... Well, funny enough, that's actually part of why I was here. I was going to play her game. Uh, it's a bit of a distraction, and I'm honestly curious if they can pull it off.
What game? You didn't tell us what the game was.
I have what is called a photographic memory. I've seen you, and I will never forget what you look like. So I make it a game. I will paint your portrait. I will supply all the materials for the paint and canvas myself, and I will take one look at you, and you will go back about the town while I draw your portrait. And if by the time you come back to me tonight, your portrait is complete and looks perfectly accurate to you, you get it for free. But if there's anything wrong with the portrait, even in the slightest, your nose is slightly too large, your hair is one color off, then you must... They kind of shyly smile, and then, well, I am the loser of the game.
I'm not sure about this game, but again, if you have pieces for sale, I'd be more than happy to look at them. And perhaps, if there are none that seem to suit what we are looking for, we would consider commissioning a custom piece.
Wait!
And he looks at Utaka.
She saw us earlier with Isri and Geharis, right? You think we could surprise them?
I don't think they would appreciate that. You know how they can be.
No, but like, imagine it. Like, a painting of them together. It'd be so fucking cute.
I think Utaka has traveled with Ivran enough to know that whereas Geharis' tail is his tail, Ivran's tail would definitely be his eyes, and he is glaring. And if I need to, I will roll an intimidation check to get them to
No, Utaka does have a Ivran is mad at me meter. So like the glaring, he's like, or not, I guess.
Fine. Turning to the green cloaked. If you are here to play the game, though, I would like to see how it works. And if they're going to get a painting done, then Ron will wait and watch.
Okay. The green cloaked figure seems a little nervous at everyone being interrogated, but at your prodding kind of gives a nod and turns to the tiefling and kind of crosses their arms, kind of building up their confidence a little bit. And the Cambion simply looks at them and smiles, and you know the rules. If the painting is perfect, then I will be more than happy to give it away. But I have not lost yet, and I do not intend to start now. They kind of shift side to side a little bit, squinting, seeming, again, a little nervous, but eventually kind of take a deep breath and, all right. And they kind of billow with their cloak a little bit, almost like trying to quickly strike the exact pose they want. And the Cambion instantly sets to work, grabbing a canvas off the side, flipping it over, and grabbing paints from several drawers behind their stand. And the green cloaked figure turns to the two of you and, good luck with your investigation. If there's anything at all I can do to help, let me know.
Yeah, thanks.
And they quickly, tightening the cloak around themselves, head off, incidentally going up the way you guys had gone, seeming like they're making their way towards Cleo's. And the Cambion, almost as if completely forgetting that the two of you are there, is just painting, rapidly, like getting an easel set up and just immediately setting to work, appearing to be starting with a basic sketch to get the outline they want. And kind of Utaka taking a kind of quick glance at what you can see of the canvas. It's fast and already, at the very least, has the pose right.
Okay. Question. While they're focused on the easel, if I like step to the side and kind of look over their shoulder, do they react at all?
No.
Okay. So while they're focused, I would like to, I glance at their paints and they're all out, but they're focused on sketching.
Yeah, like basically the paints are ready and they appear to be just trying to get the sketch done, outlined, and then they'll immediately set to painting.
I would like to sleight of hand the shade of green that they will need for that cloak.
Okay.
So that the chick will get it for free.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a sleight of hand check, and I'll give you advantage.
Okay. That is a 25.
Okay. All right. As you kind of quietly look over their shoulder and start reaching for the paint, you snag it, and you can see Captain Buckler just kind of watching you with a raised eyebrow, but to their credit, they don't say anything. They simply turn to the Cambion, and I am not sure I understand the rules of this game exactly. Would it not make more sense that if you have an error, they get it for free, but they pay double or something if you do it perfectly as you say you can? And the Cambion kind of blinks and almost like they're snapping out of a trance and looks to Captain Buckler and tilts their head and just, that is what they said, is it not? No, you said that if you do it right, they get it for free. They kind of squint and tilt their head, almost seeming confused before glancing to the canvas again, and almost like they're getting sucked back in immediately, just go back to sketching, not even bothering to finish or continue the conversation. Captain Buckler, for their part, just rolls their eyes, and Utaka, you now have a primitive tube of dark green paint.
Okay. Slip it into my bag of holding.
If I don't mean to interrupt, but the pieces that I could buy, are they here with you now?
Yes. I don't have anywhere else to put them. Are you interested in...
Still the 6 per?
Because
they're not us, you know.
I'm quite all right with paying what you feel they're worth, but I would really like to see them, if at all possible.
8 silver for these. They are not yours, and I would prefer that their intended buyers can get them. And they start to, and Utaka, they kind of visibly jump when they see you next to them. Almost, they had not processed you standing right behind them at all, and kind of blink at you a little bit. You see these wide, kind of spacious, dark eyes staring at you, almost like, looking deep into their eyes, it almost gives you this impression of the depths of space that you would see in a nightmare. This starlit void that contains so much within. And kind of blinking at you, they start grabbing canvases and start putting them in front of you, Ivron, and you see a variety of pieces, all very well done. They appear to all be in roughly the same style. It appears like that appears that they've likely been playing this game for a while. Various people, no particular pattern between them. Are you looking for anything in particular, or are you just kind of looking over them in general?
I think Ivron would do his best to take note as to what some of the more distinctive pieces look like, and maybe even scribble them down in his parchment.
Okay. I'll say
But-
make me an investigation check if you don't mind.
Do any of them look like they're some super fancy individual that could or could not be a prince?
There's a lot of pieces, so I'll tell you what, Ivron, make that investigation with advantage, and I'll consider that part of Utaka looking for fancy characters.
With advantage, that's another 19.
Okay. And what was your first roll?
First roll was a 16.
Okay. So first for Ivron, as you look them over, appears to be, like I said, relatively well-made art pieces. But a few things do start to stick out to you as that you see more and more of this artist's work. You notice that a lot of the pieces, appearing to be mostly pieces done during this game they're playing, you notice something, that every person in these portraits is wearing the same clothes. All of them are wearing top hats and colorful red and yellow scarves. They're in different positions in each picture, but always the same article of clothing, even if it's worn in different styles. And you can actually get some ideas of what these people may have been like just from the way they carry those particular articles of clothing, even if it's the same one every time. You also notice that in the portraits, the snowfall of the town is heavily exaggerated, although whether that's an artistic expression or something else is hard to tell. And Utaka, you and Ivron both catch this. You notice that several of the pieces show not the just scenic view of the village that they get from their stand, or just seemingly random places, likely the people whose portraits were painted homes. You notice stonework walls, very fancy and ornate. And all of these figures appear to be very nicely dressed. Although unlike the paintings of the townsfolk, there is no connecting thread between them. Each one appears to look different, although they all dressed very well for themselves. Although a few of them appear to be dressed in still upper class garments, but the garments that would imply they are likely servants or something of that sort. But Utaka, your eyes do settle on one that you at least estimate from what little you know might fit the prince's description. A young boy, seeming human, with kind of auburn, brownish red hair, somewhat curly and poorly kept, and dressed in royal fineries. A kind of bluish, very well tailored, definitely custom suit.
That's a fancy fucker.
Do you like it?
I mean, yeah, like you're good at this.
Oh, thank you. That means so much, especially coming from you. Thank you.
He seems a little taken aback.
And I will say, both of you also notice, all of the pieces appear to have one of this artist's odd little personal expressions thrown into the piece. Utaka, in the case of what you presume, at least based on nothing but their description and the royal fineries, to be the prince, you notice their painting is not wrapped completely as if cocooned, but draped almost in chains.
What do you think, Ivron? You want to buy him?
Is there a particular piece you like?
I don't know. I mean, she's good at it, but where am I going to put a fucking portrait? We're going to be on the road for weeks.
Well, it's true. Perhaps we'll give it another day or two. You said that these people haven't returned for their artwork yet, so let's give them some time.
You're going to be in town, right? You ain't leaving.
Your friend here was advising that I probably should,
But didn't you say you weren't gonna?
I don't think I necessarily want to. There's so many people here I have yet to share my art with, but perhaps I should at least consider it for my safety. The, you are the Goldshine investigations, yes? Does that mean you operate in Veilbright?
It does. It's
Okay.
were you perhaps interested in going to Vale, right?
Yes, I think perhaps if this place appears to be too dangerous for me to stay, I think I will make my way to the city of Veilbright. And whenever you are back in the city, I would be more than happy to take your portrait.
We got some friends there we could send you to, like, so you have somewhere to stay. They could probably help.
Yes, that would be most appreciated. Thank you.
All right. Tell you what, like, don't run out of town tonight. You don't want to go in the dark or anything.
Oh, very unsafe. There are beasts in the forest.
Yeah, we can like stop by tomorrow, right? Give you like, I don't know, advice. We just came from that way.
Okay. Yes, that sounds good. In the meantime, perhaps I will lay down some sketch work.
Well, we greatly appreciate that. Your name again, and he holds out his hand to.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. And they, without even holding out their hand, they just grab yours, Yvonne, and start violently shaking it. Magazine Bete Le Prince de Villanova.
Okay, Ron will probably remember
OOC.
all of that.
Yeah, for OOC reference, the name they give you is Magazine Bete Le Prince de Villanova.
Can you copy paste that?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
As he's shaking their hand, he's Ron Blackmon of the GSIA, and this is my friend Utaka. And as he's shaking their hand, he's also casting Divine Sense, or using Divine Sense, to detect whether or not they're good or evil, celestial, fiend, undead.
As you cast your Divine Sense, the sensation you get back is strange. Of course, you get the fiendish blip that you would expect from a Cambion. That's nothing that surprises you. What does surprise you is, the best way I can describe it is it's almost like your sense itself is unsure of their alignment. You get brief flickers of what kind of sends a shiver down your spine if you sense brief flickers of evil that quickly get dulled, with the fact that it doesn't register at all means it could only be neutrality. So it's almost like they're constantly like a metronome ticking back and forth between evil and neutral.
And Ron, if they're finished shaking his hand, give a bow and just look to Utaka.
Yeah, let's go.
I hope I will see you all again. Au revoir.
What does that mean?
It means goodbye, priestess.
I'm a guy.
Huh?
Okay. You said priestess. It's like.
Oh!
That...
I'm sorry.
Yep. Okay. He's gonna turn and just start walking.
Au revoir, my friends.
Mm.
And Avron, as Utaka starts to walk away, you give them one last glance as you see them put the green cloaked person's sketch aside and grab a new canvas and start to sketch, watching the two of you as you walk away.
Yeah, I don't know where Utaka's heading, but Ibron's heading back to the
Yeah,
town.
no, he's heading to the tavern.
Okay.
He's just like checking out of that conversation.
I'm sorry, I was misgendered. I need to leave.
He's like, is it because I'm short? Not that I'm short, but like...
There's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah. Anything from the two of you before you reach the Bubble Creek Inn? Okay. The two of you make your way back, enter, and rooms have already been accommodated for. Is there anything, and just anyone now that you're all in the same place would like to do before going to sleep for the night?
Mhm.
Ibron's gonna knock on your door. Ibron's gonna kick your door down if need be. He doesn't care who's in there or what you're doing.
Utaka's gonna follow Ibron.
I was gonna say Griaz was gonna kick down Gaharis's door too.
All right. So Israel.
Incredible, I love this.
So Avron and Utaka, as the two of you start heading upstairs to your rooms, you see Griaz actually opening their own door. Griaz, for their part, looks spooked, like they've seen a ghost, and also appears to be making their way towards Gaharis's room.
Yeah, if he sees if he sees Utaka and Avron just gonna grab both sides of the door, just don't go in the woods, and then gonna start like marching towards Gaharis's room, and then foot right next to the handle, just long-limbed. Here's where I can see him. Don't go in the woods. Damn it, scary shit out there.
I mean, wasn't that assumed that there would be something scary in the woods?
Are you swinging the shotgun around?
It's in the other hand. He's not pointing at anybody.
Yeah, and I'll say as Griaz just unceremoniously slams open Gaharis's door, you see Gaharis and Israel on the bed.
Ooh.
I'm clothed.
Ibron actually blushes for you and turns away to avert his eyes.
Gaharis is nonplussed.
Israel might be stirring. She might have actually tried to fall asleep.
Good morning, sunshine. I'm gonna hop over there and just plop down on the edge of their bed. And just make myself comfortable.
just
As
be
Israel actually gets up to look at all of this and then looks at you, and she just very unceremoniously takes the pillow and just a shh. And just
No, it's a real good plan. Let's all sleep in
you.
the same room tonight. There's scary shit out there. Best well group together. Gaharis, scoot over. I'm getting in the middle.
What?
Lucky is that we got the king-sized bed, I suppose.
What's going on? Where were you two?
So I am going to assume that because you are talking about the woods so much, you went into the woods. Smart. That is what I was going to do. But I didn't.
Can we talk about the most important thing going on right now? Ivron got a fucking bunny.
Oh yeah, he is holding his voice.
Yeah, I would say. You hadn't noticed it with everything going on, but the three of you who have not seen it yet turn and see indeed, Ivron is holding a small, lightly shifting and breathing Wolpertinger.
She just taps Gaharis and is like, hey, can you hit me?
Sure. I boop your nose. Just like a...
Just boop. She's like, no, like this. And she shoves him. This is... Am I still dreaming? What is going on?
That is a very good question. From the start, Ivron, Utaka, what did you do? What were you two up to? On your very romantic time out?
Ivron actually Ivron just puts the Wolpertinger down to whoever will grab it, and he'll take out a piece of chalk and go over to the wall and start writing his notes. If there is no clear space on the wall,
and she's just like, I have a bunny.
Wolpertinger, for their part, looks up to you. Israel, you can see the very small fangs, the wings fluttering on their back. They seem relatively calm, doing that usual kind of bunny breathing, but calm and kind of watching Ivron and shifting their gaze between the two of you as Ivron's just rapidly sketching.
He gently scritches the Wolpertinger and proceeds to watch, like, you and I both will learn. Tiny creature.
So, while Ivron is doing that, Grizz, what did you see in the forest?
Grizz?
I'm sorry, it cut out there for a second. What was that?
What did you
Garrus,
see in the forest?
Oh, well, okay. So, good news. I saw elk. They were big, but giant elk, you know, they exist from here to there. Bad and worse news. A, they ain't right. B, they ain't alone. What it comes after that, the thing that's not, that's with them is bigger than them, shadowy, dark, talks to them, horrifying nightmare beast, but not like an actual nightmare because we dealt with that, but like in a more euphemistic sort of way. It was scary enough that with me and my shotgun, I did not want to go alone. And I have literally been to the realm of nightmares, which maybe is influencing some of this a little bit. I don't know. I'm tired. I don't think I'm gonna sleep tonight. So I'm just gonna close my eyes right here.
I got some good news.
Israel leans over and just like pats Griaz over there. I understand.
Yeah. Did you find the prince? Did you find the children of Redside? Did you find a cure for all of the transmutated people?
So that the hunter guy is alive, ish.
That sounds like qualified statement.
That is, I don't believe that is good news. That is just news.
Well, yeah. So I think he's like turned into something, obviously. But so we were in town, and remember how the people said that there was like some tiefling doing portraits, right? And so we were talking to her, and she had portraits of people she's done, and she showed us one of the guy, and because I like knew his name and then like knew kind of like what he looked like, except she like painted him really weird with like antlers and blood. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, Israel just starts looking towards Griaz and then looking.
How did you know that Mr. Legume is alive?
Because I'm awesome, and I sent him a message because I like knew his name and knew enough about him.
And what did he say?
Yeah, so first I tried talking in like, you know, like this language, but then I was like, oh, but those snowmen, they were all talking in primordial, right? Right? You know, and like glances to Israel. So I was like, well, I'll sprinkle in a little bit of that in case he's a snowman somewhere. I don't think he's a snowman. I think he's something else. Because he was screaming. It was like, I'm hungry. It was really fucking creepy, and I never want that in my head ever again.
And Israel just goes, okay, and then looks to Griaz. Does that sound like something the creature you saw would probably be saying if you could understand it?
That's a very interesting interpretation of a monstrous elk bugle, but perhaps the thing was... See, I don't think these things subsist on, like, food as normal. You know, it's almost like they consume or don't consume, but consume because they don't have to, sort of thing. Yeah.
I mean...
Probably.
It explains why people have been taken in the night. If something is hungry, it's going to grab some. Did the painter have pictures of Pierre, by any chance? Or any of the individuals that
I
had turned
think
into
she
snowmen?
painted the people in the castle, because there were like a bunch of people with like stone behind them, and then there was like someone who looked special, like he was some fucking prince, and then there were like chains everywhere.
So it is almost like that this individual, anyone that they paint, gets transformed into a creature or aspect of their painting, maybe? And that maybe the two of you went and met the child of Redside, and now they know we're here. Given they already knew we were here, to be honest.
On the wall, you pretty much see that theory. In chalk.
Literally.
All on the wall.
And Israel just looks at it, yeah.
I was really just reading it from the wall and then trying to beat Ivron to saying it.
No, I was mostly just
It's
wanting
like, dude.
all of you to come to your own conclusion so you could admit that I was right, because that's what I said like earlier today.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't listening.
Oh,
I mean, I was
Okay.
listening and I was perfectly prepared to believe you, but I was also prepared for myself to be surprised. And I really shouldn't have. I really
yeah,
should.
remember when I was like, hey, there's an artist in town and we're looking for an artist. Maybe we should go look for the artist, because, you know, they might be the artist. But I'm really glad that we're all on the same page now.
So
Because
should we just
before
go
you're
out
like,
there?
oh, you shouldn't type someone like that. Well,
So
We
should
don't
we
have
just go out
enough
and kill
roads.
them right now?
Every other time, they don't exactly match. Francine is not a hermit. Francine is a chameleon creature.
Is that this true?
I mean, you could just say, hey, Utaka, you're right.
She's just gonna take the pillow again and she's gonna attempt to smother you with it.
So Ivron,
She like
Just,
pushes him
fights,
down.
squabble on the bed, she's like, get back here.
He like,
I scooch a little further away. So Ivron, Griaz, just in the off chance that something happens to you, now that you have met this individual, you should probably tell us everything of importance.
Yeah. So everyone goes in to tell them how he found out about the violent sparking that he's noticed with the usual Children of Red Sight. And while that is pretty strong, it still doesn't give them, in his opinion, a concrete conclusion to who it is. But it's a start.
I mean, to be fair, if someone is popping up on the blips, that is what I have started calling them, then to me it seems that they're guilty anyways.
Could be. But
Ria's
you know
worried
that
now.
Maestra does that too, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So you think she's guilty? I mean, probably.
To be fair, I
I
have
think
always
that's-
assumed that she had some involvement and motivation.
Yeah.
It's that, or they've been touched by the Children of Red Sight, either against their will or by their will, and they decided differently afterwards. All we know is that this is Red Sight magic, not
Right,
if it's
'cause-
willingly taken on or unwillingly done. So.
Because Francine wasn't like intentionally, I'm an evil person trying to overthrow the world.
Precisely, they're a chameleon creature.
Is there anyone listening in on this?
Powers.
Make a perception check.
I'd love to. Well, I'm glad I make these rolls with advantage. Because the
Tinger.
first one is a nat 1. The second one is a 15 plus
Even brought a spy into our midst.
plus 3.
no.
So 18.
You kind of you glance and see Griaz kind of glaring suspiciously at the Wolpertinger, and between that and Israel and Utaka's like back and forth, you find it hard to concentrate and kind of like furrow your brow. But eventually, you're able to clear your head enough to like try and listen and concentrate. You look out the window, listen. You don't hear or see anything. That would immediately imply you're being observed.
Was that this good? So I guess the next question is, do we leave right now and go ascertain this potential criminal? Or do we sleep the night and wait for Zed to make the first move, whether Zed is running away or attacking us here?
See, I don't think they're going to run. I think they've
Wait.
got the upper hand.
I like point over towards Ivron's notes because I'm actually reading them. Like, what do you? So the paintings, they were like magic.
Yes. Everything about that Cambion was magic, seemingly. Paintings included. I think that's what you said, Matt.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, okay.
So do you think instead of tracking all these people down to dispel magic on them, we could just like do it to the paintings?
In theory.
Worth a try.
That seems a lot easier.
I don't know how's that spell work, so.
Only we have
He also shrugs like we might as well try.
Griaz, you can try tomorrow too.
I can try tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay.
I hope that would work. It's neither black nor white. It's a little Dorian gray right now. So.
Did either of you offer to let them paint you?
They have a photogenic. Is that the word?
I don't know what that means.
They can look at something and retain the image indefinitely. So they, as I was leaving, began sketching Utaka and I. But no doubt they've seen us all travel through town.
Well,
Either way, we're on a time limit. If they're sketching you, we're on a time limit before whatever it is that they do with these paintings affects you two.
Fuck.
which is the assumption.
Well, so she said that it was 3 days between when she painted the hunter and when he went missing.
When people...
When he was pronounced missing.
Fuck.
Which could mean it could affect you immediately, but they don't find you for 3 days.
The green cloaked figure. I didn't catch the name. Utaka, do you know their name? You seem to have some sort of acquaintance.
What do you mean? Acquaintance? Because I also have daggers and they had daggers. No, but I did actually talk to. You remember that the guy downstairs with the loot? I think she's his girlfriend, because he was telling me about his partner off in town. But I don't know her. I don't even know her name. But he would know her name, and he's staying here.
Well, either way, they gave a commission for their painting to be done tonight. And Matt, I don't remember if it was stated, but was there a certain... I know you said at the end of the day.
Yeah, they didn't give a specific time, but yeah, basically the idea of the game is that you let them get a quick look at you and then head off in town to do your business. And while their rules appear to keep changing, they appear to have trouble focusing and explaining it. From what you were able to gather, it's the objective of the game is, yes, you will return to their stand by nightfall, and the results of the game happen, whatever they may be.
Well, then Ibran relays the supposed rules of this game to the party and states that this person may be the next target if this artist continues to work on her painting.
Or me. You said she was sketching me.
Exactly. So we have a time limit for 2 victims that might happen.
I don't like that word.
So
noted.
If the painting or if the art is wrong, you're fine, right? Is that what I'm picking up on?
We're not entirely sure. If the art is wrong, then you get it for free, I think was the deal.
Yeah,
but
something like that.
But you said she did this, the bean person, whatever his name was, the poacher, his was clearly done with additions. I assume he doesn't actually have antlers.
Nah,
Well,
he
what
didn't.
I'm saying is, if
Almost
we
as if
alter
they are painting
what,
what they want you to be.
Such
She said it was what she thinks you are, something that represents you.
I'm saying, one thing out of place. Disguise kit, or we can lop off one of y'all's ears. I mean, that's. They both ran away. Damn it! Shouldn't have said so.
So,
Israel is standing up and
So
she's
let
like,
us talk combat, because I think that it is probably going to end up like that.
I have to let the puppy out.
Yeah, do what you gotta do.
Okay.
Israel's stretching. She's looking for her stuff that she put aside.
Yep.
She's just like, yep.
I think I'd be putting on like my plate mail, like piece by piece at this point.
Exactly. She's tossing stuff over to you, like, here.
Yep.
So,
Grab the
what
sword.
were y'all doing?
Sleeping.
If they have not seen us, then I could drop a darkness spell on top of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see in that now. Well, for 10 feet, not as good as Israel, but still.
So that gives us a chance to at least maybe blindfold them, hold them to the ground. But we are also running on unverified proof, so if all of you would like to sleep, we could just wait and see what Utaka turns into. I'm assuming a fish.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it's gonna be an insect or something.
Oh, that is true. A centipede.
Mm-hmm.
We may be
Water bug.
delighted. Everyone may just turn into an angel.
Israel just stares at both of them. Like, really? We're really considering that?
I'm right here. Fuck you both.
I am just saying. That will verify if, say, are a child of red sites or not, or whether we have to go to the castle.
Well, we're likely going to have to go there anyway. Apparently, well, what we need to do is secure this artist, secure their art, and figure out how the magic is working between the two.
Now, remind me.
Obviously,
Ringo,
it's affected people in the castle. It's affected people here. It's about to affect someone's or multiple someone's in our group in an unpredictable way, which might make them attack us. Note, do you want Ivron attacking you as a crazed creature, whatever it might be?
That would not be ideal.
I don't. I've faced him in spars. It hurts when he's not trying to kill me.
I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or I would never.
You're very powerful. I don't particularly want to be on the business end of any of the weapons you currently carry.
Ron actually kind of shows some pride. It looks like Harris is like, he thinks I'm powerful.
This is not going to be a pleasant time.
First time I'm hearing that. She thinks I'm powerful.
You beat me every spar. Did you not?
He beats you every
No.
now, y'all remind me. Ringo was his whole deal connected to his instrument? Like,
He did not need this instrument. It was just his voice.
Okay, so we could destroy paints and all that, and it ain't gonna do anything.
Perhaps.
If
All of their powers work differently.
they don't obey the laws of magic, so there's no rule or rhyme to it.
I don't think her painting of the chick with the green cloak's gonna work.
Why say that?
Why?
What?
I will pull the tube of green paint out of my bag. Because remember how she said, like, every, like, shade had to be right? Well, I was like, haha, I'll take this, and then she'll have to give it to them for free. But I think the magic just ain't gonna work.
I mean,
Well,
that is a good initiative, but I'm pretty sure yellow and blue make green. So.
That is true.
Does it work like that?
That is how
We don't
color
know.
theory works. But
Well, that's why I'm saying if we change one of y'all inextricably, or
what happens
temporarily.
if what happens if they don't look alike?
We don't know.
Matt, was Ivron able to get a count as to how many there were? Maybe 35 to 40 of them, perhaps?
Maybe the equal amount of the, entire town.
There was actually several more than what the reported missing has been. Just from what you saw between the stand, what they had behind the counter, from what Utaka saw, and from what they showed to you, it was upwards of 60, even more drawings.
Did we looked through all of them, right? Did we see Pietro? Like, just to make sure. We saw Pietro, right?
You did not look through all of them.
Oh, okay.
As they showed you the fancy guard people with the stone wall, several people in the town wearing top hats and colorful scarves, and Legume. You didn't see any other paintings before the conversation was over.
All right.
But there was several you didn't see. So there's between the two of you, yeah, you estimate anywhere from 60 to maybe even 70 small canvas drawings.
I know that I wasn't here for that episode, but were the snowmen wearing top hats and colorful scarves?
Yeah.
Indeed, they were.
Okay.
Hey, Evron, what's your Bun's name?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know, but feel free to ask.
Neat. I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals, and I want to ask that. Figure what its name is.
So you're just gonna ask, like, what's your name?
To this. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
They kind of like jolt a little bit in your grip, Israel. Not like scared, more just like shocked at hearing someone speaking in a voice they can understand, and kind of looking around a bit. They sniff before their eyes settle on you, Griaz, and they kind of stare at you for a minute. And what's it to ya?
Oh, I'm gonna like you. Hey, I'm just trying to make a friend, man. You're gonna be hanging out with us quite a lot. Ain't gonna be able to talk to too many folk, and hey, every now and then I can chit chat with you. So,
all right. Don't need to bite my head off about it.
I mean, I might. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Like, Israel, like, shields the bunny. She can understand animal.
Yeah, it's Israel. She can understand you all the time. So if you need anything, you just chit chat with her. All right.
Hi.
All right. Name's Lauren. People just call me Laura.
All right, Laura. Hey, just curious. You were kind of along for the ride for that whole encounter we've been chit-chatting about. I don't know if you can understand us or anything, but I'm just wondering. I know some beast folk got certain senses that us regular folk don't. Sometimes, semi-magical senses. I'm just wondering if you picked up on anything around that painting individual that you might think is useful in the long run, and if a treat's in it for you, so incentive.
They kind of like shuffle in your grip, Israel, like kind of thinking, their nose kind of and after a moment they kind of shake their head, their ears kind of flopping, and just like, I got nothing for you, Chief. Seems like just another one of them crazy artist types.
Yep. All right. Well,
would Garnet, hearing people speak with animal, pipe up with any addition of her own? Because she was there the whole time.
No, Garnet does not add anything. It appears that if this Cambion is truly guilty, this Villanova person, the animals didn't pick up on anything unusual that you guys didn't.
I feel like Garnet's like peeking her head out though, like while you guys are talking in that, like.
What's up, Garnet? Yeah, the reason I asked is to know like Tressums, for example, can like see invisible things and detect poison and stuff like that. I didn't know if Volpertingers had anything.
That's because Tressums are superior.
Spirit, yeah. Tressums.
Fact.
I mean, cat with wings, bun with wings, just making a.
It's understandable. Yeah.
Laura, very good options.
I just want a 3-headed cat named Perberus. Is that too much to ask?
I'll note it down. But yeah, so. But yeah, so no, Laura does not give anything that you didn't already pick up.
All right. Well, hey, Laura, it's been an absolute pleasure again. My name's Griaz. That's Israel. Aaron's one who's going to be carrying you around. You looked out. He's a phenomenal guy. You got a great owner. You treat him like he gonna treat you right. And
oh yeah, he's a real sweetheart.
Yeah, he's pretty great. Hey, what do you do for treats? I don't want to assume carrots, but I'm leaning towards carrots.
That shit's high and fat. You saying I'm fat?
Carrots wasn't aware of that. I'm not even sure I believe you on that one, but all right. what is your celery?
They kind of shove.
Fangs. I can't tell whether you are a carnivore, omnivore, or herbivore. I'm trying to be respectful of your dietary restrictions, Laura.
All right. Sorry for biting your head off. Yeah, some lettuce leaves will do. Thanks,
All right,
Chief.
I'll get you some lettuce leaves.
What
Just gonna hand the Vulpteer back to Ebron. It's a lovely animal.
Her name
Thank
is
you.
Laura. Should we leave her here?
Perhaps it's for the best.
I think
But,
it might be safer.
Pleasure to meet you, Laura. I know that you've lost your family recently, but hopefully you'll come to look at us as one. And please,
They
act
kind
as
of.
one.
Israel relates this back to Laura dutifully.
Is it possible that... Wait, never mind. You got Laura at a different place, correct?
I got Laura at Cleo's, what was it? The exotic animal.
Cleo's carnival of something. Creatures.
So,
yeah.
So we probably don't have to be worried that Laura is a person transformed into an animal.
No.
I'm not picking up on that, no.
No.
And in response to your declaration, Ivron, Israel, you don't get a response when you relay it, but Laura is just kind of looking up at Ivron, and their nose just kind of does the little shuffle, but they don't say anything. And sorry, Graham, go ahead.
Oh, I think at this point I would have put on my armor and I'm gonna start walking out the door.
yeah.
Where are you going?
Last I
The
knew, I didn't
artist.
have to explain myself to you, but it should be fairly easy to know where I am going.
That's why I'm worried. Could we talk about this?
Ron
just-
puts Laura down and joins his brother.
I just want to remind everyone that maybe y'all didn't, but I almost died today, and you think I have a lot of magic if we're gonna go and fucking fight someone? Can we not?
Oh, yes! Why don't we stay the night and wait for you to transform into a monster? And then we will go fight.
I don't think it's gonna happen tonight.
You don't
It's a
know
weird running theme
that it won't
in our
happen
lives.
tonight.
Correct. I don't have faith in my luck that it
Well,
won't be tonight.
just so
In fact,
y'all
you need to
know,
stop
those
turning into
diamonds I
monsters
have are
like
gonna be
that.
fucking useless if y'all do something and end up dying tonight. You're gonna be dead.
Then
Is
it is
that
no
something-
difference in any fight we go into.
Except we can dispel magic on this shit, so I won't be dead. But if you go and fight someone, well, I don't have shit to help you, and you die, you are dead.
You
I
dispelled
think there's a
one out of
difference
two.
there.
That is a big assumption that you have the ability to.
To
You have dispelled 1 out of 2 attempts.
But it's fucking possible.
Either way, it's a dice roll.
And if we do this now, we might stop them before they've even completed the painting.
We have enough to suspect them and take them into custody, if anything. For further questioning, of course. This is, how did you put it? Legit?
Yeah, fine.
Is
We're talking,
Utaka
how
scared?
rough are you?
Can I insight check that?
Insight.
I want to see where Utaga's coming from. Nat 20. Is this a fear of their immortal soul?
Season.
This is the first time
Nat
Utaga's come close
20.
to death and it's like, oh shit.
I don't know if fear is the right word. I think with a nat 20, you get the sense that he's a little too overconfident in his own abilities to truly think that he's going to die at this point. He's to that point of egotism. But he is legitimately fearful for all of you.
Us normal people, you mean? Us not gods.
The normies.
I love how increasingly
For the
more of the
normies.
party is basically like, I'm gonna be fine, but you guys, I need to watch out.
Geharris every fight. I think that's why Geharris would know this. He's like, I've seen that before.
Israel has a huge...
Blue to blue, I
Yeah,
get it.
I'm like, it's a trend.
Israel's probably the only
Surprised
person
not
who
this
doesn't
long.
appreciate
But you get the sense he legitimately cares about you guys, though. Like, I will say that. Like, this is not actually, like... It's not condescension.
Yeah, it's concern.
anxiety.
Yeah, it is actual concern.
Yeah. Then I will walk over and put a hand on Utaka's shoulder. In every fight, there is always a chance that not everyone will come back. Whether we are prepared or not. That is how life is, and that is how battles are. There is no fairness. There is no guarantee of outcome. All we can do is work with what we are given when we are given. If you do not want to go tonight, no one will force you to.
I ain't gonna fucking let y'all go without me. What do you think I'm gonna do? Like, sit in a room and be like, oh no, I hope they get back? No, fine.
Israel is
Fucking go.
grinning at this.
But Utaka, you see, we're doing the same thing, because we're not letting you go without us.
Oh my... Yeah, fine.
Stop turning into monsters. We won't do this. All right.
Oh yeah. I'm definitely for this entire interaction faceplate down over my features.
Israel also has her cool face mask that looks absolutely terrifying that she got from the weird guy in Nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, fine. I guess I'll put on my nightmare hood then. We're all just gonna.
Hey.
I'm just gonna walk around with my face out.
Yeah, they already know your face.
No, you're
Pure villainy. Just.
Yeah,
like,
as we
"Utaka,
roll out,
Most, we're here to help and investigate your supernaturals.
we're all wearing like
If
skulls.
Ron takes off his pack and puts it
Are we the
down.
baddies? I just imagine like Geharris is just like muffled, like Kylo Ren saying these sweet words to Utaka.
I know what I
Utaka,
have
you
to do, but I
aborted the
don't know if I have the
darkness.
power to do
I
it.
think, like, at a certain point when I see all of them, like, dressing, I like, pull out my spider mask and be like, am I supposed to?
No, take that off. Nope.
Wear it for 10 minutes.
That's the number that I'm not supposed to wear it for.
You
I paid
already,
attention.
You don't need a mask. You already ruined it.
Is that this true?
Thanks. I will put it on top of my head anyway, though. Just in case.
Posture check.
Yep. All right. So, you all gather your equipment, armor yourselves up, and start to make your way, I presume, back to the market square.
I think we need some hardcore pump-up music for this.
We're slow walking down the hallway.
Like this is the part of like the movie in the action movie where they're all like geared up.
Got Bad Boys playing.
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
background.
I don't really have anything for that. I can just play some battle music.
I mean,
That's
I
fair.
already have Mortal Kombat playing in my head, so I think that's sufficient.
Y'all think we should take a break before we get to the square?
Yeah.
This is about that
This
time.
is probably the right moment for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we leave you with that, chat.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Please recommend
Very
DCMA
slow
free
walking.
pump-up music and we'll play it.
all right. So the party gears up, gathers their equipment, and as night begins to fall over the village of ground, starts making their way back to the village square in hopes of confronting this mysterious Cambian artist who they suspect is responsible for the disappearances with their magical cursed art. And with that, we're going to take a break.
All right, see you in 10 minutes. Again, that is 10 minutes at 9:56. But don't hold me to that because I can't be trusted. So we'll see you in a little bit. Get some water, get some food. We'll be right back. We love you all.
them because it's too much sugar. It's a treat.
What horses
Hey,
need
we're
is
back,
oats and
everybody.
felonies.
We
So
are
glad to
back.
see
This
you.
is horse crabs.
It has been a hot exactly 10 minutes.
5 of us were back and on time.
I mean, I was back, just, can you blame someone for having carrots and ranch dressing? You can't. That's a blameless crime. I didn't want to munch and crunch in everyone's ears, unless the audience wants some Kara ASMR. I'm more than happy to do so. But maybe not during D&D time. And that's where we are right now.
Take
Bring
us
us
away,
back
Matt.
in.
All right.
Hey, what's up, MSR? What's up, Doc? No, there's something there. I'll get to it.
What's up, Doc? All right. So, when we left off, the party seems confident that this Villanova Cambion, this artist who has been painting people in the town, is connected to the Children of Red Side and is arming up to bring them in as a suspect. So, with everyone geared up, night is falling on the village now, and you all make your way out. Let's go with the frozen piece. With your equipment gathered, I'm guessing you guys are all like hurrying, going as fast as your legs can carry you, kind of thing. Well, he can't go around the entire town and stay within your radius. Yes, go around the immediate area.
Aiden changed sides.
Yeah, what has Nathan changed sides? Should I be concerned?
You check in with Naden, and from what Naden says, the poachers and pirates made it back safely, as they had reported to you earlier. They saw Griaz come out of the inn briefly before quickly hurrying back as if spooked. Other than that, they haven't seen anything from the area they've been scouting. So, as you all start making your way quickly to the town center, night has fallen, and it's getting us between the snow and the darkness. It's getting harder for those without dark vision to see. But as you, Ivran and Utaka, the two of you, guide the party to the market town square where you had seen Villanova, the stand is deserted, and Buckler is on her back on the ground with a streak of red across her face.
Ron runs up and casts Lay on Hands.
All right.
Israel is going to run up as well, but to the stand, are the paintings there? Have they been all taken and the shop abandoned?
Israel, make an investigation check. Ivran, as you and Israel rush ahead of the party, you kneel down to Buckler and cast Lay on Hands. And you want just, like, do you have any idea of how many points you want to put into it?
However many they need. I also think they're not undead, but like.
Yeah. I just wanted to check if you had something specific in mind.
Yeah.
So as you start bending down and your hands start to glow and you lay them, Brooke gives a gasp and like clasps your wrists before you touch her completely, and just, I'm okay. Israel, what'd you roll?
16.
Israel, looking around, the paintings are a mess, but they don't appear to have been taken. They just look like they've been scattered. However, the actual paints are missing. However, you notice, while you weren't here the first time, and Utaka, as you look between Israel and Ivran, you look and you're able to identify a painting that was not there when you and Ivran left, not among the ones you saw, and it's now lying front and center on the stand. A painting of what appears to be a centaur sprinting through a frozen snowy forest, wearing a green cloak with flowing familiar brown locks of hair.
Israel's going to be collecting the paintings, and she's
That
actually
was
going to be looking
That was the chick.
for people who are familiar to descriptions that she heard of people who are missing, as well as just collecting them into like a pile.
How many
All right.
houses are near us right now?
How many houses are near? This is in the town square.
Yeah,
So
well, I mean,
around
how many are deserted? Like, have already been taken and, like, look like no one is... in them currently?
From the looks of it, most of the houses are actually populated. You can see several have lights on. Most appear to have been inside when whatever this was happened. However, you do see a few people looking out their windows or out of their doors at concern and seeming relieved that Buckler is breathing. Avron, as you look Brooke over, she does not appear seriously injured, although she does have a nasty looking red gash across their head. And as Israel, you start gathering up the paintings and looking for anyone familiar, and Utaka on standby.
He's gonna. There are people with their heads out looking, right?
Yeah.
Also,
Like
are there
the scene.
footprints? I mean, there's snow on the ground.
Are there hoof prints?
Yeah.
Either
or.
Both of you make survival checks, or one of you roll with advantage.
I think mine's.
I have
higher.
a pretty good survival too.
Okay.
I'm proficient in it, you could say.
Both roll survival.
Yeah.
Okay, so Avron's tending to Buckler. Israel's sorting through the paintings. Gaharis and Utaka are looking for footprints. Griaz, what are you doing?
He would have definitely gone up to Buckler to check on her first, but if seeing that, Avron's kind of got her handled, I guess he's just trying to keep an eye out more than anything else. Maybe try to help with the hoof prints, since he's got decent survival with that.
I'll give it to him. I got a dirty 20. He can have that, because what I really wanted to do was
okay.
Was called any of the people sticking their head out.
Oh.
Okay. All right. So Gaharis, what'd you roll? And I'll say
total is
Griaz
21.
All right. And Griaz, with your survival, what would a dirty 20 have been?
It was 16 plus 4 for me. So.
Yeah. So Griaz, what's
22 for me?
Yeah. Mine was a 15 plus 6.
Okay. All right, so Gaharis and Griaz looking for prints, Israel looking at the paintings, Avron tending to Buckler. Utaka, what would you like to ask some of the townspeople?
I'm gonna just kind of raise my voice and be like, "Hey, you fucking see anything?"
Several people start to talk all at once, but as they kind of quietly kind of organize who's going to talk first, the first directly across from the stand, what appears to be a relatively on the elderly side troll woman kind of shakes their head and just, we heard a scream, didn't I just looked out and the stand was abandoned and that woman was lying on the ground.
Just the scream? Nothing else?
That's it. And the other townspeople kind of nod, seeming panicked but a little calmed down, with everyone seeming okay.
You hear anything stampeding through?
No. By the time I made it to the window, she was already on the ground and the stand was abandoned. I was about to come out and check on her myself whenever you all arrived.
All right.
Israel sorting through the paintings. Are you going to take the time to at least glance at each of them? Just okay. As you start sorting them into a pile, it's somewhat nestled in the shelves and cubbies behind the stand. But as you start pulling out canvases, you do indeed see a painting of Pietro and who you presume to be their sister, arms over each other's shoulders, with top hats and colorful scarves. The scarf actually joining the two of them together, as if they were both wearing it.
Does anything look wrong about the picture, or does it look like a perfect likeness?
The painting is a good likeness of Pietro, you can certainly say, although you don't know for sure about whether it's accurate to his sister. The only thing wrong is that Pietro at least definitely wasn't wearing that hat and scarf. You recognize it from the snowmen, though. And you notice that the snow is a lot harsher, almost as if the painting was taken during a harsh blizzard rather than the relatively light snowfall that the village has been getting.
She is frowning, but she continues to stack the paintings. She is full on, we're confiscating all of these kind of deal. These are ours now.
You see the one
and they start going into the bag of holding. In they go.
Did you see the one of me?
Is there one of Utaka amidst them?
There is not, nor of Avron.
well, if they fled, they might have taken it with them, as she continues to stuff the rest of the paintings into the bag.
Geharis and Griaz, as the two of you start examining, with both of your survivals, you find footprints. From the looks of it, the footprints go from behind the stand where, from what Utaka and Ivron can tell you, Villanova was standing, before seeming rapid, making their way across town in the opposite direction of the inn and head off down the road towards the distant forest.
Oh, not towards the castle?
The castle is down the road, remember?
Oh, yes! I am, it looks like she has headed to the castle, everyone. I am here are the tracks. And I already have my sword drawn, and I am marching that way. Like, Geharis is pumped.
Alright. Hey, y'all, grab a catapult. I think we're storming the castle.
Ivron, Buckler, looking around at all of you, just, I'm sorry, she got the jump on me. As soon as the two of you were out of sight, she attacked me and ran.
How did she attack you?
She lashed out as soon as the two of you were out of sight, like they had gone mad. That's the last thing I can remember.
Did you have a weapon of any kind?
Not that I could see. It was fast.
Oh, I'm just glad that you're okay.
Of course. It's going to take more than that. They pull themselves up. Thankfully, they do seem legitimately fine, more stunned by the impact than anything. And Utaka, you can see several of the townsfolk exiting their homes to kind of start crowding around the crime scene.
I think we gotta follow Geharis. He's going, but can you, go to the inn and, I don't know, eat something, tell our friends, the three we brought, to
yes,
just lay low.
I was going to say I was about to go find them myself. I knew this town was dangerous, but life's never boring for you lot, is it?
Wait, before you go, do you mind heading to OOC, Cleo's Carnival of
Yeah,
Creatures?
Cleo's Carnival of Creatures. Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind heading to Cleo's Carnival of Creatures and asking her to just release Yao, or at least check up on the? There was Yao and Barry, right?
Yeah, Yao and Barry.
Kept there.
Mm-hmm.
To check up on them, make sure they're safe, and if they are, if they want to, release them. And then Imran will give a salute and head off with his brother. Just can't let him go alone.
Sure thing, Captain.
Before we go, I am going to use one charge of my Divine Sense to detect any good evil within 60 feet of me that's not behind full cover, and the location of any celestial fiend or undead.
Okay, within 60 feet?
Within 60 feet. To cover, because I guess Geharis would probably be like, she may have double backed, or, if they have any power like illusion, they could have just stayed here and we're not seeing them.
Okay. You extend that divine sense, sword already drawn, looking around. You see and get the expected nudges from the naturally Cambion townsfolk, but nothing else.
Okay. Do I show up on blips? Because I think technically tieflings are humanoid. So I guess my question is, would I, if Ivron did it, would I show up or would I not show up?
We've established that basically it shows up as like a minor blip,
okay,
but just from essentially ancestry more than anything.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, because I was like, oh, could I sense them if I just keep blipping this?
That's actually what I assumed you were trying to do.
I mean, I have 4 more uses. I will be using them on the way going through the forest.
Yeah. So no, we've established that. Yeah, because of that, you can detect Cambion since they have fiendish heritage. So.
Wonderful.
And just a note as we're going, because now I have just 30 feet of blind sight permanently. If we pass a humanoid-sized creature or something that I can't see, I would make note of that.
Okay.
Also, as I'm kind of heading out and passing like a house, because like there are houses in a normal town and this isn't the plane of nightmare anymore, I will kind of like briefly pull down my spider mask. I'm assuming there are spiders.
Yeah, there are spiders in just people's houses.
Okay. I will go sort of towards the side of one and reach my hand up, like, and look up at like a couple that might be like under the rafters and be like, "Hey, you want to go get some food?"
Make an animal handling check. I'll give you advantage because of your religious affinities and magical items.
Well, and my yeah, I get Aren't they charmed by me automatically and obey my spoken commands? Isn't that part of the spectre pin?
Oh yeah, because of the spectre. I was thinking
yeah.
of the arachnid mask. Yes, so yeah, because of the spectre pin, they
Yeah.
are charmed because they're not obeying anyone else. So yeah, the spiders start to scuttle down from the rafters. The kind of seemingly elderly-looking trollish woman kind of watches in some discomfort and confusion as the spiders crawl down onto your arm and just kind of perch in like a little trifecta on your shoulder.
Mind him, Bam. Just grabbing y'all's spiders.
Is everyone all right?
Yeah. We're great. All right, let's go.
Going back to your business. Just conversing with your spiders. Nothing to see here.
They kind of like furrow their large trollish nose a bit at Utaka before not slamming, but like just kind of quietly closing their window. And the townsfolk continue to mill about, like shocked and startled, especially at the still visible splat of red from Buckler on the snow. And with that, is there anything else you guys want to do while still here at the crime scene?
Yeah, I have one last thing.
Go for it.
Since I'm within 3 miles of Nathan, I'm gonna. Nathan, I need you to head towards the castle. We have a individual fleeing. If you can, try and cut them off. They are heading through the forest. I mean, all I imagine is this person's running down like, and then a horse just comes out of nowhere and just slams them off the road. That's my hope.
All right. You get a response from Nathan. The chase begins. And you presume they will obey.
I'm so proud of Nathan. They're scarier than I can ever hope to be.
All right.
Harrison is golf horse.
Are you all content with the crime scene for now? All right, so are you going to follow the footprints or just head straight to the castle?
Yeah.
Any objections?
Yeah, just follow them footprints and hope they lead to the castle.
I think we should allow
quietly at all.
Yeah.
And what's up, Grizz?
Are we moving quietly at all? I can
Not
cast
with
Pass Without Trace if
Gaharis.
we-
I was
don't
gonna.
know.
If Ron suggests that whatever Griaz says, we listen to, because he's the master tracker. So, I think he knows what he's doing.
First thoughts for me, I can change into a wolf real quick and scout ahead, if that would be at all helpful to y'all. Or I can cast Pass Without Trace, so we can try to get the upper hand on this person without them hearing us coming trudging through the snow, because that's my first worry.
I like the wolf plan. I don't think any of us are going to looks at the two people in full plates, even with magical help.
There are still those elk monsters to consider. They might be patrolling the forest.
However,
I think it's better if we stick together.
If we use the spell with Pass Without the Trace, we wouldn't leave tracks, correct?
I believe so. Yeah.
So the beasties in the woods would not anticipate that we are chasing, as there are no tracks leading after the ones we are following. And they may think that we are still in the inn.
I'm gonna just reiterate that I cannot cast as much magic today, so maybe we should just fucking stay together.
Whatever. We
I'm
just
not
need to
very
get
sneaky.
after them before they get away.
I think we'll catch her better if you're here with us helping us track her too.
All right. That works for me.
Okay.
I will keep my goggles on and just try to keep an eye and ear out.
Okay. Noted.
Israel will actually take up the last position, like the paladins usually do, because she's going to assume that Griaz is going to take the front, and since she can see the farthest in the dark in the other direction, so that they can like see things, they got that coverage. Also, because she can also track and maybe catch something if something passes by Griaz.
Yeah,
So.
I think Gaheris will be posted next to Utaka, because knowing that Utaka is vulnerable without as many spells, it would allow me to interpose myself between anything coming at Utaka.
Okay, so Gaheris next to Utaka, Israel towards the front, correct? Oh.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
Oh no!
Israel towards the back.
Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to. I'm moving everyone around on my little view so that I can see where everyone is. Okay, so Gaheris next to Utaka, Israel at the back, Griaz and Avron marching order.
Guess Griaz will be first.
Okay,
Tracking.
Avron.
And then Ron will he'll be next to Griaz, or close enough to where if Griaz needs help, he'll interject as well.
All right, so you guys are happy with Avron and Griaz at the front, Gaheris and Utaka in the middle, Israel at the back. Okay. With that, you start to follow these mysterious tracks that Villanova left behind. And while they do go down the road, as Gaheris observed, towards the castle, they actually veer slightly, going to the left. And Avron and Utaka, you both recognize this path as actually going, and sure enough, Buckler is keeping pace with all of you as you're actually heading towards Cleo's Carnival of Creatures. And Griaz towards the front doing most of the tracking, although Gaheris, you, since you were watching the tracks as well, spot this too. Griaz and Gaheris, you both spot that about once Cleo's Carnival is within view, the footprints change. There's a matching set of footprints alongside Villanova's, which you hadn't been necessarily specifically tracking, but you notice it now as those footprints go in, presumably inside where the footprints stop, back out, and then start to take on that same uncomfortable looking, like pained waddling that you saw in the hoof prints outside of Legume's cabin, before the two sets of footprints meet. And streaking off towards the castle, you see a set of hoof prints where the two footprints met.
As I seize this, it is possible that there are two children of Red Sight. Perhaps we have not considered this.
I look at these hoof prints. These are obviously horses' hoof prints, right?
Make a nature check. I'll give you advantage.
Cool.
If we're close enough to
Ah.
Cleo's Carnival, can Avron use his telepathy 40 out?
Absolutely.
Like, are we in that range?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, it's like stone's throw away from you.
Yeah, then he would call you out and be like, "It's time, bud."
Nat 20 plus 4, so 24.
They are not hoof prints, not of a horse. They are elk prints.
These are elk tracks.
Cloven.
Just like the ones that were outside of the poachers. The ones that led
Like
away.
exactly like, so like Can you tell? Are they the same one?
Can she tell if they're the same?
I'll say with a crit, they are definitely the same type of tracks. Although these ones are smaller than big for an elk, but not the size of whatever broke out of Legume's home.
All right, so she kneeled down and basically ascertained that it's the same type, but this one's smaller.
Guess we're not going to the castle. Sorry, Harris.
Why have to go to the castle?
I don't know. He really fucking wants to.
Don't
Anytime it's mentioned, he gets excited.
The tracks are going in that direction, aren't they?
Are they still going directly towards the castle?
Yes. They basically, it looks like Villanova went towards Cleo's Carnival, met with this other set of footprints, and then those hoof prints where the footprints stop starts just beelining for the castle.
Well, I didn't say I was good at tracking. Fine, I guess we're going to the castle.
They mounted an elk?
In the painting of the supposed prince, Utaka, it was draped in chains. Was that what?
Yeah, it was really creepy.
Almost as if perhaps the prince was imprisoned.
Indeed.
I wonder what would have happened had you broken those chains.
Either way, we should get a move on. They're moving at speed now as she judges the elk tracks that are taking this person.
That's not a bad idea. How far have we come since the crime scene?
The crime scene isn't too. This is a small village. It's not overly huge. You'd guesstimate that you're probably somewhere in the ballpark of maybe a kilometer away, maybe 2.
I'm gonna catch back up, and I will turn and start darting back in the direction of the town.
Before you go, Utaka, can you summon Zipfly?
That's what I was gonna use to get back to you.
Oh. I'm glad that we are thinking alike.
Alright, I'm gonna catch back up.
Speaking telepathically to Yao
Yeah.
at Cleo's carnival creatures, does he... Devron would ask if he sees a Cambion running around.
I was gonna get to you. When you first call for Yao, you can tell your message was received, and you start to hear a shuffling from inside of the carnival. But it's not until you call again that the door is finally less opened and more just pushed complete by Yao, throwing their full weight against it, and they kind of stumble into the snow a little bit before shaking their head and bounding towards you. You see Cleo, the rest of you seeing her for the first time, lean out and just oh, please come back, before she actually has to dart to the side a little bit as Barry comes charging past Yao, and Utaka. You can hear the kind of Barry rapidly scuttling through the snow to catch up to you.
I'm gonna leap on her as she...
One more tier of Sperry the Berry.
Hey!
From me.
That ant is gonna be fucking immortal.
He's got 3 extra lives right now.
Well, also only has 20 HP from what I remember.
I think it's 40.
Is it? I mean, I one-shot giant ants when we were in Vermin Hollow at level 3. I think I can only do 28 HP.
And Ivron, in response to your second question, when do they catch up to you? No, but I sensed a great evil.
I think Ivron will hop on to Yao, if Yao is okay with that, and state that she's close. And we have to move quickly.
All right. Yao does not protest as you quickly mount them. The most in sync you've been with your mount since you got them. As the two of you, crusaders of good, are united in this charge. Ivron, are you going to pursue the hoof tracks?
If Ron, so you said that the footprints go in the opposite direction.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, so to reiterate, Villanova's footprints and this other set both came from the crime scene. One set went into Cleo's Carnival, came back out, Villanova's met with theirs, and then the footprints stop, and then the hoof prints appear darting off towards the castle.
Okay.
And you notice that where the footprints met, the set that had gone into and then back out of Cleo's Carnival looked like they were stumbling and kind of like disjointed. All right, so.
And yeah, Ivron's ready to go.
All right, Utaka making your way back to the crime scene as quickly as you can, astride Barry. Ivron starting to dart into the fleeting forest. Geharis, Griaz, and Israel, what are the three of you doing?
I'm headed off towards where Naden is headed to intercept, hoping that the delay Naden can do will buy us time to either catch up or to find out how far away they are from us.
Okay.
Israel's going to continue to follow the tracks because from her assumption as a tracker, Villanueva, or whoever they are, mounted an elk and went toward the castle. That's what it looks like to her.
A fair assumption.
Or something that turned into an elk that she then mounted and rode toward the castle.
Do the legs look as if it's someone who has the back legs of a human and the front legs of an elk? Like reverse centaur. You know, in any other game I would never think to ask this question, but
no, here, that's an absolutely fair question.
Did she transform into this weird hybrid creature and the two sets of footprints are just her? She's like a sideways centaur. It's just like wide, not long.
Oh God. Oh no. No. From what Israel observed, at least, they appear to be ordinary, if giant, elk prints.
Thank goodness.
Which is true to say that there's 4 of them in the correct pattern for a full normal elk or centaur elk.
Yeah.
Whatever it might be, we don't know. It definitely has 4 hooves.
Yeah, it has 4 hooves. That's what you know for sure from the snow.
Are there any devils that are hooved like with 4 hooves?
No, they all. If they have the cloven hooves, it's usually they're on 2 legs.
Griaz, what are you doing?
Probably going with Israel. Yeah, tracks are what make the most sense right now.
All right, so the Geharis, Israel, and Griaz just going to continue following the track. Avron, you're going to charge ahead on Yao.
Splitting up. Geharis wants a castle.
Okay.
Don't criticize a man's dreams.
Utaka, as with Barry, you go even faster than you would have ordinarily. You make it back to the crime scene as Buckler heads into Cleo's Carnival to explain the situation to Cleo and follow the instructions they were given. Utaka, as you arrive back at the crime scene, there's still a crowd, but they seem to at least have the good sense to not touch anything. They're just gathered around, like whispering to each other. What would you like to do as you stride up on Barry?
I'm gonna hop off Barry and do what they're not doing and just touch everything. And kind of like scatter the paintings around, like flip them over. I'm like, fuck, where are they? And I will try and find all of the stonework paintings that I can in a reasonable amount of time. So like
Israel took all the paintings.
Oh, all of them?
All of them.
Okay, I wouldn't have done that. I don't know.
Well, I will say as a point of correction. Remember, there was like 70 paintings. She
was stuffing all of them into the bag.
Yeah, fair enough then.
Piling all of them. If I was not clear about that, no, she is confiscating.
Oh,
any.
I didn't realize you had a bag of holding.
We've got one.
That's fair. I remember you said you were gathering them. I didn't.
Yeah, we have 4 then.
Yeah, I didn't know you had said that you were gathering.
Okay. Then I would not have turned and charged back because I was under the impression that they were still here scattered on the ground.
I apologize, I didn't catch that earlier. Both of you.
Yeah, and it's all good.
Okay. In that case, then, as we're going that way, I will bring Barry up astride next to Israel and be like, "Where are the? Can you give me that bag?"
Yeah, and she just hands it to you.
Okay, cool. Then I would like to, in the most awkward fashion possible, pull out the one of the prince and pull out her paint, the chick's paint.
Yeah, the
like,
green one you had stolen.
I don't fucking know if this is gonna work, but I will take, like, uncork it or whatever and smear some on my finger and try and, like, paint over the chains.
Okay. Make me a... I'll call this a... Make me... I'm going to call this an intelligence check. Because it's not just dexterity, so I'll say intelligence.
Performance.
Well, okay, because there is artist tools, but I don't think you're talking as proficiency in that, so...
Sure. I'm gonna use a luck point, because with intelligence, I need it. So without the luck point, it would have been a 13. With it, that's a 19.
Okay. You start, and you guys are still moving as you do this, but you're keeping pace with the other three?
Ideally.
Okay.
I might, like, slow down just a little bit as I'm doing this, because I'm on Barry now. I can keep up with any of the people on...
No, that's fair. I was just checking that if you wanted to go catch up to Ivron or just stay with the group. Okay. So, you start to paint, and you're not an artist. You initially kind of struggle, like, how much you should use. You make, like, several blots where you don't mean to, smear the paint on a few things you didn't mean to, but eventually you kind of grit your teeth, frustrated, and you try to focus, and you start painting with green over the chains that Villanova added to this otherwise perfect portrait. Nothing immediately obvious seems to happen, but you don't know.
I expected that. And then I'm gonna drop that back in the bag because I assume it can dry in the bag. And I will, I guess, just glance at some of the other stonework paintings. Like, what additions did she give the other people?
So are you just going to sort through all of them at this point? Or?
No, just, like, pull a couple out and be,
okay.
Like, what sort of stuff did she add to them?
Yeah, it's okay. So you and Israel just start sorting through some of the paintings as the group is like trekking through the snow. The snow not slowing you down super extensively, but enough to where you can feel it.
It technically shouldn't slow us down at all.
Did you cast Pass Without a Trace?
No, I have Land Stride as a druid.
Does that affect everyone or just you?
I thought it was everybody. I might be getting my druids and rangers confused, but
yeah, I think that's a ranger thing. But like, feel free to check. I just because I'm pretty sure that's ranger. But
I think it might just affect me. Moving through non-magical difficult terrain costs you no extra movement, so I think it's just me. I think rangers have the
it's ranger because one of my party members for Tuesday is a ranger. That's how I knew that rangers definitely had it. So okay.
A monstrous race in Graham's game. I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
Okay. So Griaz not slowed down as much. You know how to you fought through swamps. A little bit of snow is nothing. But unless you want to risk pulling ahead of the group, you keep pace with everyone for the time being, and help them through the snow as it gets a little deeper towards the forest, getting away from the more heavily trekked and stoned areas of the village. And Utaka and Israel sorting through the paintings. You see the ones you'd already know of, the hats and scarves of some of the townsfolk, Legumes with his antlers bloodstained. You do notice a few others. The prince, of course, with his now painted over chains. For some of the other stonework patterned ones, you notice that one of them, another Cambion, interestingly, this one blood red skinned, not having horns, but having a very visible tail, dressed in a very fine salmon and brighter orangish red and salmon colored suit, smiling with pale white circular lenses over their eyes and giving a somewhat sinister and discomforting smile. And their tail is wrapped around what appears, you would imagine, to be Villanova's addition, as all of them appear to have one, curled around a bladed scythe. You notice.
Do they all have bladed scythes?
No, so out of the staff, or what you presume to be the staff of the castle, just from their royal but not as fancy as the princes wear, you estimate this to be the castle staff, and all of them actually have something distinct, unlike the townsfolk, which tend to be kind of grouped into categories. A Cambion with their tail wrapped around a scythe, a pale-skinned woman with red eyes and visible fangs, likely a vampire. Their arms are outstretched and happy, but hanging from each of their arms are clothes, almost hanging off of them like they would off of a laundry rack. Two dark elf twins, from the looks of it, appear to be on the young side, dressed by far the least lavishly of any of these. Their hands clasped together and opposite each other, mirroring each other's pose, but in their top hand, the paint has been visibly altered to where instead of clasping each other, both hands are wrapped around a large candelabra.
Okay, I would like to... I don't know how much paint I have remaining. I assume some.
Yeah, it's a tube, and it appears to be at least somewhat on the fresh side. Some of it has been used, but not too much. Yeah, Utaga's...
Yeah, I'm not hiding it.
Yeah, Utaga's with the group, so... Alright, so...
I'm not... No, you don't even know what I'm doing anyway. Look, I'm not painting over them. I'm trying to paint over the shit that she did to them. I don't know if it'll work, but we don't know if anything will work. Yeah, and we proved that we can save some of them.
There's no worry about your thing, Gaharis, like going forward. We'll worry about this. Whatever it is.
What do we have to lose? What I'm doing is nothing worse than what she's done. Yeah, we do that every day.
We'll deal with it when we deal with it. We need to find her.
Yes. Yeah, so I will double check. Since you have telepathy with Naden, I'll say you can easily do minor corrections. Naden was going to check in briefly if you wanted them to go through town or through the forest to cut them off.
I think chat says they can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all good.
I questioned the painting, and Naden should go through the forest.
Yeah, and yeah, basically, Garrus was just saying, oh, Utaka, be careful with that. We don't know what messing with the paintings will do. And then Utaka was like, yeah, but we fuck with dangerous magic shit all the time, and people's lives are always at stake, and it's better than doing nothing. And Garrus was like, yeah, okay, that's fair.
But I will be trying to paint over the additions for as many of them as I can, which I assume won't be all of them because the paint will run out.
Yeah, I'd say you can get through maybe 10 of them. Some of the additions are relatively extravagant, so but yeah, so
10 of them, especially the one with the scythe, because I don't like the implication of that.
All right. And out of curiosity, do you want to focus on any particular group, like missing townsfolk, people from the castle?
No, only people from the castle, which is where I think we're going.
Okay, so I'll say you can easily cover the prince and the entirety of the castle staff, but that'll exhaust your tube of paint.
Yeah, that's all I want to do. I don't even know if it'll work, but nothing to lose. So.
All right. And Gaharis, you keep checking in, and Naden is keeping pace, hurrying through the forest as quickly as they can to try and cut off the intruder at the castle. Until, as you finish talking with Utaka, and the thought crosses your mind to check in on Naden again, Naden telepathically connects with you first. Being followed.
that is what I was assuming was going to happen. Those were going to cut us off. So I will have Nathan. But I really want to intercept. But Nathan can be a hero another time. So, Nathan, veer off away from our course. Make sure they follow. If you have to make yourself look a little bit juicier, feel free. I have confidence in your ability.
Very well. The connection is severed, and presumably Nathan will follow your orders. Ivron, are you going as fast as Yao can carry you?
I suppose, yeah.
Okay. You follow the elkin footprints that Israel had pointed out to you, trailing and eventually into the fleeting forest ahead of the others. You and your mount on one mind, as that is saving lives, justice, and salvation. You charge through the snowy trees, Yao expertly dodging and weaving through the trees. They slow you down, but not significantly. But Yao suddenly grinds to a halt, bits of snow flying in the air as you hear a sound, a familiar one. That elkin, which sounds very close and different than the ones you've heard previously. This one sounds, well, you had heard the party bandy, whether it sounded like the creatures were scared or in pain. You initially weren't sure, but this one definitely sounds like it's in pain.
I think Ivron is going to try to use another divine sense to see if it's at least within 60 feet of him, like where they are.
Mm-hmm. As you put out your sense, it does not appear to be within 60 feet of you, but it does sound close.
Then I think Ivron will draw his greatsword and move with Yao towards where that sound is coming from.
Okay. You make your way through the fleeting forest, looking around carefully. You don't hear the sound again or anything besides the wind. You can't hear your party members. You just hear Yao's steps in the snow. But as you continue through the forest, about 80 feet from where you had started, looking through, you can see that the forest does part slightly. From the looks of it, this appears to be the actual path from the village to the castle. From the looks of it, the elf tracks lead back onto the path before staying on it. But as you see as you continue to track the prince, you see the prince slow, as if their pace had begun to halt, stumble, and stop. And at where the elf hoof prints stop, you see an elk, or at least a creature akin to one. A massive gray-furred hooved creature, massive branch-like antlers shooting off of its head, a massive head, easily almost as big as your torso. But it crawls down the path, dragging itself with its front hooves, and from the looks of it, its back legs are broken. You see streaks of red. It's unnaturally thick and goopy, looking less like blood and more like paint.
Ivron will get off of Yao and begin to approach. Holding out one hand, glowing, ready to lay on hands, I guess.
As you start to approach the injured creature. It turns to you and snaps its jaws at you, and you can see where would ordinarily be the relatively flat teeth of an herbivore are these sharp, filthy, like needle-like teeth of a predator. And it snaps at you and doesn't even attempt to crawl towards you. It just snaps and continues to try and claw its way further down the path, as if trying to follow something that's already far ahead of it and beyond its reach. And it appears aggressive and scared and hurt. And it lets off another one of those calls, and this time those of you further back in the forest can hear it. It sounds more distant for you guys than it did for Ivron, but you can hear that elkish whine. And Israel, as someone who knows animals, this, you know immediately it sounds hurt.
This doesn't perchance sound like primordial, does it?
It does not.
However,
But
does it
speak with-
trigger the speak with animals?
Yeah, what are they
That's what I was gonna
saying
ask.
is what I want to know.
Yeah, like both Israel and Griaz should be able to understand their cries.
You just hear leedle.
It doesn't register with either of your animal speaking senses either. Whatever it is, it's not primordial, but it's not the speech of a beast either.
Is it infernal?
Is it goblin? No.
Aw, shucks. That one language I know.
To be honest, is it Sylvan?
Druidic.
It's a cry.
We're just. What languages do we know?
Let's just go down
This
the
thieves
list.
can't. You're legally obligated to tell me if it's thieves can't.
It's like, oh, weather's nice today. Yeah, weather's real nice. Nicer yesterday.
Oh, my legs are broken. How about that? No.
Checkmate. I bet it's halfling.
No, it is none of the languages you speak, I promise.
Anyway, so to
Locks it
recap, are we heading in the same direction Evron is, or do we just now hear the thing that Evron was hearing? And
You can hear the thing Evron was hearing, and basically Evron followed the hoof prints and found this where they end.
An injured elk creature.
Yeah, and that's where the hoof prints stop.
I should probably tell you all that Nathan is being chased. Nathan is currently running away from us, so never you worry.
By what?
I am assuming whatever.
How do you know that?
Nathan and I have long, exciting talks.
What?
Yeah, you can talk to the horse.
Oh.
I mean, it's not really a
Oh.
horse. It's more of a spiritual creature.
Yeah. And she's going to set that aside. And have they come upon the elk? Are we here with Evron now?
No, so no. You remember, Ivron was speeding ahead on the back of a mount. You guys were going half of your walking speed, other than Griaz, but Griaz didn't say he wanted
Why
to
am I
cut
going
ahead.
half
So
of my walking speed?
because
Hey,
snow,
raiding
difficult terrain.
party.
Yeah,
We're
hi, raiding
Oh,
party.
Raiders. Oh, hey, Lady Dame, how'd your stream go?
Okay then,
Hi,
so
hi.
yeah, Israel would, I guess, be trying to move ahead as fast as she can, which is not fast.
We're
Just-
tracking some demon elk and
Yeah.
a painter who's turning people into.
Demon elk, snowmen.
Demon elk, snowmen,
stuff.
imprisoning princes.
It's-
Everything a
it's,
good
uh,
storytale needs.
Well,
It's less complicated than it sounds.
Hi. Okay. So, do you guys want to pick up the pace to try and catch up to Avron?
I would love to. How far away do I get the sense Naden is? I guess is my question. Like, do I get a sense that whatever is chasing Naden is far off, that it would not be able to catch back up with us before we reach the castle?
I'll say you wouldn't be able to tell that, but I'll say by the time Naden contacted you, your sense with your steed does tell you exactly how far they are, does it? Okay.
I believe so.
Is
I
there
will
an
double
up?
check.
Yeah, just check just to see if there's an upper limit on it, because I know how far away he is. I
It's
just wanna
3
check.
miles is my upper limit of being
Okay.
able to communicate, but I think they can exist further.
No, yeah, so yeah, so if he can communicate with you, I'll say Naden.
Sorry, it's 1 mile of me. Not three,
one. Okay, so
which is
you
still
don't know.
far.
So, yeah, you don't know. Yeah, so you guys pick up the pace to try and catch up to everyone. Speaking of,
I think Ivran is going to again try to approach cautiously and talk very soothing, as Ivran is wont to do. And where are you going with that? You're hurt. Let me tend to that.
Make me an animal handling check at disadvantage because it's hurt and panicking.
Disadvantage is 17.
Yeah. The creature snaps at you more lightly this time, but whether it's exhaustion, the shock, the pain, or your words actually getting through, you can't tell. But its front hooves splay before going limp as it's not unconscious, but it just slumps in the snow, unable to pull itself any further, leaving this streak of goop and red behind it, staining the snow. You approach it, and assuming you're willing to heal it back up to full, or just, again, do you have like a particular idea in mind?
Full health, if need be. I can use cure wounds. I have a sort of healing stuff.
How much lay on hands points do you have?
Since I didn't use any on Ikaka for some reason, I have 35.
All right. I'll say you can use 35 on it. It would not be back up to full, but it would be significantly healed.
It would stop the bleeding then, or the pain?
I'll say probably. The wound looks bad, but not so bad that, yeah, like you're healing a good chunk of its health. Although you know for a fact that magic's not going to be able to fix whatever is making it unable to walk.
Yeah, so long as it's not bleeding out anymore, that's a step up from what it was, I think. So I think that would be a Ron's goal.
Okay. As it goes limp, you approach and lay your glowing hands on it, and using all of the points you can, the wound begins to stitch closed, and you kind of wince a little bit as you're actually able to get a decent look at the wound, and it goes deep. Whatever hurt it got into its lower back deep and severed something. But while it is not able to walk, the bleeding does stop, and you do patch up most of the wound, although it does appear to be hurt still, but not nearly as bad as it was.
Is it reminiscent of Buckler's wound? I mean, obviously not as deep, but like, is it slashing, piercing?
Make me a medicine check.
I'm so glad I'm proficient in these things. And I'm finally getting to use
Yeah.
for the very first time.
What'd you get for medicine?
24.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, it didn't come in on my end. All right. As you watch the wound close, from the looks of it, it's odd. Something definitely pierced it. Something did get inside, but you notice there's rot around the wound, which it looks like it would be natural, but this injury couldn't be that as old as this wound makes it look. So between that, it looks like something definitely pierced it, but the damage from your observation appears to be necrotic.
All right. Well, since Ron, I think, knows that the rest of the party is tracking this thing, we'll just sit and comfort it as best he can, wait for them.
Okay. Yao takes a seat, kind of glaring at the elk, seeming distrustful, but watching. Doesn't take too long with you guys picking up your pace. You are able to catch up, and as Israel and Griaz continue to track the hoof prints, You are led back onto the path leading from ground to the castle, and see Avron and Yao sitting next to a barely conscious, looking like it was bleeding heavily, but is now at least looking better, massive elk-like creature with gray fur. And as it kind of like shifts a bit as you all step out of the forest, you all get a glimpse of massive needle-like fangs in its mouth.
Going up to that elk monster and flipping the goggles to true sight, what does it look like?
Gray, as you flip the goggles to true sight and look over the elk, you see a green-cloaked figure with brown hair, dark skin, and their body is bent uncomfortably in the position that the elk is being forced to take with its broken legs, and the mouth, the body isn't moving, but the mouth is stuck open in a scream of agony. And as the elk turns its head towards you, the screaming face follows, creating this kind of unsettling visage of this agonized scream staring directly at you.
Run, are they gonna make it?
I'm unsure. I've done all that I can at this time, but I don't think that any of my magic will be able to heal what has been done to this one. And he
Who'd
just
you all
can't
say
be.
was in that green cloak?
I don't know their name. But Utaka knew of them.
I met their partner back at the inn. Is that dude with the loot?
Okay.
Why do you ask, Riaz?
That person. That's the person in the green cloak.
For broken bones, but not for crippling injuries. Because that would make greater restoration kind of irrelevant. It appears to definitely have bones, so you can attempt to use less restoration to set the broken bones at least.
Can we see the rot too?
Yes, it's lessened now with everyone having healed it, but yeah, the wound, even though it's clearly fresh, the creature should be dead with a wound, especially after everyone has clearly healed it. The wound looks ancient, and Utaka, you in particular can definitely recognize on sight, and I'll say Gaharis as well probably, can recognize this necrotic magic that just actively rotted the creature away where the wound was made.
Also, question: can any
What's
of
up?
us communicate with it?
You can try.
I think now that Israel's like close to the creature, she would try to speak with animals, assuming that since it's in an animal form, it speaks animal now.
Mm-hmm.
This poor woman would try to ask what happened if it's coherent enough and awake.
You cast Speak with Animals and kind of kneel down next to the creature. So you just want to ask what happened?
Yeah, what happened to you?
You actually get a response this time in beast speech. What? Who's there?
We're the investigators who came this evening.
Where am I?
You're in the forest.
I can't feel my legs.
It will be all right. We're trying to help. What do you remember? What happened to you?
I was going to the carnival. I was looking for a pet. I looked around. The woman kind of gave me the creeps. I was gonna head back to the inn. Everything started to hurt. I had this headache. I can't remember anything else.
The woman who creeped you out, it was the proprietor of the pet shop?
Yeah, she's always whispering, keeps all the weird creatures. Just, you know, did she do something to me?
We don't think she did. Did you see the artist pass you at any point after you left the pet shop?
The Cambion woman?
Yes.
And I'll say, Grias, for your benefit, while the head does look around, the face does not emote at all or move while this communication's happening. I saw someone coming out of the snow. It was dark. I couldn't see very well. I was going to call out to them. That's the last thing I can remember. I didn't see who it was.
Can you ask her name?
What's your name?
Reggie. My name's Reggie.
Reggie.
So what'd she say?
Well, she remembers going to the pet shop to go get a pet. And the proprietress seemed creepy to her. So she ended up leaving without buying anything. But at that point, she started feeling ill and sick, a throbbing headache. And then her memory starts to go. She saw someone approaching in the snow, in the dark, as she was leaving the pet shop, but she doesn't know who they were.
We gotta fucking go. How's my head feeling?
Your head feels fine. The usual headache of irritation, but
we gotta fucking go. If she finished that painting, like, in the time, yeah, we have to leave her here. We can come back. She's not going anywhere.
Make a medicine check. I'll give you advantage since Aaron already took a look.
Israel would detail that she can't feel her legs.
Between you and Ivron, as you take a closer look at the wound, while Griaz and Israel observe and communicate with the creature, and Utaka watches nervously, the two of you see that no, it doesn't appear like that. It looks more like something almost reached into where the wound was made, creating this rot as it went and pulled something out, although you don't know what.
Their inspiration. That's what all artists feed off of. It's clear as day.
Hey, Barry, can you stay here? Don't go near her face. That would be a bad idea. Okay, because like she's probably like a hungry giant evil elk. But if anything comes by and tries to eat her, can you like try and get its attention and run? And then like whenever you can, just circle back.
Barry, while having no way to directly communicate, does give a wiggle of the antennae and straightens out their head and kind of just perches next to the creature, staying on the towards the end point of the legs rather than near the head as instructed.
Just don't fight anything, okay? Just if you can, just lead whatever comes away, and then like we'll find you back here. Like we know where this is. It'll be okay. Okay.
The elk creature looks around. Gria's still getting that unsettling visage of the screaming person within. And takes like a very weak, futile snap at Israel before its head just falls limp and the creature itself appears to pass out.
We need to hurry up.
Yeah.
I will reach out to Naden, if Naden's within a mile. If not, that's fine. They're doing their job of keeping things far away from me.
Naden is not within a mile of you at the moment.
Wonderful. So I'm gonna start, dashing. I'm going to that castle one way or another. Ain't nothing getting in my way.
Israel will follow Harris. At this point, speed is key.
Yeah, just sword and shield, just Terminator.
Okay. Ivron, Grias,
I will
Utaka.
say this. If any creatures begin to come out of the forest towards me, I will immediately, as a reaction, walk towards them 30 feet, and then use Blade of the Fearless on them.
Okay, so basically anything
that could anything that's short of like a snow hare just being like, sup. Anything that looks potentially like it's trying to actively get in my way or cut us off, I will go after.
Noted. You begin making your Ivron, Utaka, and Grias, anything else you want to do here, or you're gonna follow Israel and Harris? Okay.
I'm gonna run.
I think Ivron's just gonna look back at where they came from, thinking of shop. It's weird. I don't think you got creepy crawlies from the shopkeep. And then one pitiful glance at the elk, and then he'll jump on Yao yet again. And I think this time maybe offer Utaka a ride, seeing as how Barry's standing guard. If Yao will let them.
You must always get consent from Yao.
Yeah.
Yao seems a little uncomfortable, but does relent and kind of seems a little grumpy about it, but does seem willing to allow it.
Yeah, okay.
All right. With that, and from the sounds of it, y'all are maintaining a good pace, so you all begin making your way through the snow, following back on the path now towards the castle. And Griaz and Israel looking down, sure enough, a set of footprints where the hoof prints stopped. You follow the path and the prints, and you begin to walk. The walk is long, and night has fallen as you start to make significant progress. The forest is dark. Nothing but your own dark vision, if you have it, and any light sources you want to use. Although I will say, Geharis, the gaslight is giving off a little bit of light. So anyone in the party who doesn't have dark vision can at least see Geharis, and I think about 10 feet around him.
Gosh, what was the phrase that I put into the gaslight? I don't remember.
I assumed you wrote it down.
I thought I had it.
Oh, I think I have it. I wrote it down.
I'm so happy that people take notes.
I think I did.
Usually it's you have surrendered to Geharis, but I think I changed it up.
Yeah, you changed it, so I just assumed you had it written down, so I didn't.
I thought I did until my text wasn't in my cheat sheet, and then I said, oh.
Well, everyone's looking. I'll probably take my glove off and have my ring giving off some light.
Okay.
But just in general, just kind of like thaumaturgying it to be more of like a dark blackish bluish light, so not like
so it doesn't stand
white.
Out. Yeah. All right, and any luck, everyone?
No, I don't have it in my notes here, and my book magically disappeared.
I think it was something about fleeing.
Yeah, I think it was you're going to turn around and walk away as if you saw nothing or something along that line.
I think that's what it was, something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. As I thought about it, I was like, it was definitely something to like, you saw nothing, leave.
All right, noted.
you still have that scroll too that like told people to? Didn't you have a scroll that told people like turn around and leave or something as well?
I believe that was something you requested from Tenniel.
When we went to the camp.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tenniel did make us 3 over the time that we hadn't, before we fought the dragon at the top of the wall.
Yeah.
That's right.
So, I think they were mostly like turn away or stuff like that. Like stop.
Yeah, it was to
I
help
think
us get
stop.
into the camp, but I don't think we ever used them.
No,
Because...
we haven't.
Okay.
But now's a good chance to see if there's a limit to the distance.
All right. So, kind of quietly debating potential strategies. Is there anything anyone wants to do? Because it's going to be a long trek. So, is there anything anyone wants to do while on the path?
Did any of you mention scrolls out loud in this, or was this like just OOC talk?
I think that was
The
OOC
OOC.
talk.
Okay,
But
so
Utaka would know that we
nothing
had
in
these.
character. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if his memory of something else would have been jogged, but probably not.
Okay. All right. Griaz, Israel, anything? All right. Maintaining your selected formation. The night in the winter fleeting forest is dark and cold. The light of Utaka's ring and Geharis's gaslight being the only light most of you have beyond your own dark vision. And the forest feels so much more innately hostile now, knowing what's out there, what's coming for you, only held up by a loyal, nightmarish steed distracting it, and the person that could still be out there. You trudge quickly but slowed through the snow. Griaz and Israel mostly unaffected, but not able to speed too far ahead for risk of leaving the party behind. Even through your warmer gear, it's freezing, and you definitely think if you had made this trek without Israel's suggestion of winter garb, you all probably would have gotten severe frostbite. Snow is falling, restricting visibility even further. Almost as if the weather itself is attempting to slow you. But several hours pass, late into the night now. By the time the trees of the fleeting forest begin to thin, and finally the tree line breaks and opens up into the view of nothing. A clearing. Massive stretching before you, a massive snow-covered field. And you see trees surrounding it on all sides, this massive stretch of clearing of snow in front of you. Nothing else in sight, at least at a glance.
Does it look like the traveling castle has maybe moved elsewhere?
Make a perception check.
With
the disadvantage, but given the circumstances.
I have advantage naturally. Would you like a flat roll, or would you?
Yeah, so flat roll. Yeah. For the most, like, unless I very overtly state, then yeah, like if you have advantage, then it'll just become neutral.
13 plus what is my perception? Plus 3, 16.
Geharis looking around. There's definitely room for a castle here, albeit not a particularly extravagant one, but a castle nonetheless.
Oh gosh, do I want to make bad choices today? You know what? Sure. In honor of our raiders, I will pull out the monocle of true seeing.
Well, I'm not done yet.
Oh no.
Taking a look, you remember, according to the townsfolk, ever since the strange stuff has started happening, the castle has started moving. So you look to the trees, and sure enough, to the left, a little bit in the distance, you see the towering bastilles of a castle that has likely gone either through or over the forest to make its way. From as you stare, you definitely know you're not seeing things, although the castle does not appear to be moving right now.
There is the castle. We should hurry.
Did the chick's track stop?
Israel Griaz, given that night has fallen at this point, a lot of snow has fallen. If you want to try and track her footprints again, make me survival checks. Again, one of you with advantage or both separately, whatever you prefer.
I'm good either way.
So-
What do you think?
I rolled, but I don't mind. If you
All
wanna
right,
roll as
I
well.
rolled as well, so let's just.
Oh,
go
yeah.
All right. Mine is 22.
Griaz?
Mine is an 18.
Both of you look, and it takes you a minute. The falling snow has been covering a lot of these footprints up. But you do see some slight disturbance to the snow. That looks like it goes from where you're standing across the clearing towards the distant bastilles.
So there's still tracks.
Well, I guess the castle didn't move when she got in it or something. That's kind of what I was wondering.
You all want to keep moving towards the castle?
I think we have to follow Gaharis. He's already going.
Well, yeah, just if anyone wants to do anything while you're here. Okay. You all start quickly trekking. Off the beaten path now, forced to go across empty clearing and into the woods. More or less unmarked territory outside of the occasional trapper or logger. You're even more careful now. Griaz, being as perceptive as you are, you start noticing something as the group starts making their way back into the fleeting forest once you get out of the clearing, going towards the distant bastille. You start to see marks on the trees. Handprints, streaks, almost claws, all with that same goopy red that had appeared on from the wound of that elk.
You said it's more like paint and blood.
Yeah, it has that like goopy texture to it, whereas blood has that like thin liquidness to it.
Mm. All right. He's gonna kind of just point that out silently, and yeah, if they're going this deep in, he is gonna cast Pass Without Trace on everybody. So he at least is going to roll for stealth. If you do choose to roll for stealth, you're not going to leave tracks, and you get a +10 bonus to your stealth roll.
Okay.
So
since Gaharis is away right now, I'll make rolls for them. Well, does everyone else want to stealth, or because Griaz is not being slowed by the terrain from the sounds of it? So
is he communicating to us that he's doing this? Because then I assume he would try and be quiet.
it is what is this? It is verbal, somatic, and requires material. So he is at least, you can hear him verbally casting the spell.
Okay. So does everyone want to be stealthy then?
I think Ezra would try to be stealthy because she's got her fancy schmancy cloak.
Okay.
To be stealthy with.
All right.
At normal pace. I don't think we're not slowing down. We're just.
All right.
Yeah, trying to be slightly subtle about it.
All right. So I'll say, like, going at a normal speed, but with Pass Without a Trace and, you know, Israel's cloak backing you guys up, I'll say, yeah, make flat stealth rolls. But of course, with the Pass Without a Trace benefit, just, you know, ordinarily, like, if you wanted to be fast and stealthy, I would have made it harder to stealth. But yeah, so go ahead and make stealth rolls. I'll roll for Harris.
He's essentially saying, like, hey, we're going into, like, marked enemy territory. These creatures have marked this as their area. Let's not draw as much attention to our stealth.
Israel has, I think, a 18.
Okay. Ivran Utaka?
Ivran's riding on Yao. Is he gonna have to get off? Would that make it easier for...
It's all creatures within 30 feet, so Yao also gets the benefit.
Yeah, so I'll say, I'll say, like, I'll take your roll and apply it to Yao. And of course, fast without trace, so you get +10 to whatever you roll in addition to your regular stealth. Utaka, what'd you get?
33.
All right, Griaz.
38.
Ibron?
Yep.
25.
And I want you guys to know, I rolled for Gaharis. Good timing.
Hit me, Chief.
So Griaz cast Pass Without Trace. Griaz saw paint marks on the trees, handprints, claws. So he cast Pass Without Trace and suggested the party move stealthily, and everyone seems on board with that. I went ahead and rolled for you since you were away. You have disadvantage because of your plate, Pass Without Trace. I'm not even shitting you. I rolled disadvantage because of your heavy armor and the fact that the party's trying to go at a decent speed and be stealthy. I'm not even shitting you. I rolled a nat 20 twice.
I am a god. I have ascended.
Stealthiest.
I have ascended. You just watch Gaharis like evaporate into nothing. It's like Thanos just into the
So-
I
sun.
no longer care for your mortal.
Exactly.
For your mortal issues.
So
Goodbye.
I've been hiding from my own feelings
Yeah,
for forever.
what is
I've trained in this.
What's your
Yeah.
plus?
Yeah.
What is my plus?
Yeah, because I didn't even check because it's a nat 20.
It's a
but...
+3, so it'd be a 33 total.
Same!
So you're
Hey!
just as stealthy as
You're as stealthy as a
Utaka.
rogue, as a heavily
I
armored
mean,
demon
I'm just
paladin.
saying Utaka and Gaharis are both gods, so it makes sense. We don't answer prayers. We're never there.
So,
Griaz is looking down at you with his 38 going, peasants.
alright, so, Griaz and Utaka, old habits. You guys blend. You stay in the shadows, which it's the night. There's plenty of those. Your footsteps barely making a sound in the snow. Ivron crouching down low on Yao with Utaka riding alongside you. Stay low and keep. You almost like grip your armor to keep it from clanking. And even with that, Yao's steps are silent as well. Israel, keeping your weapons at the ready, creeps slowly like a hunter stalking prey, a familiar sensation. And you two are silent. And even though most of you had dismissed that Gaharis likely would be unable to sneak, you actually just completely lose track of Gaharis, even though he was ahead of you. No sound, and you only catch him whenever, if any of you start to look around, kind of concerned, obviously, that he just vanished. You see Gaharis in the darkness of a tree, his armor almost camouflaging him as he's creeping along at the head of the group. And with that, you guys start making your way towards the forested bastilles of the definitely now confirmed mobile castle. And as you go, Griaz, you can notice on the trees that have those paint marks, almost a signal, looking up, you can see the top branches of those trees have been clipped, broken, or even some knocked over completely. When this castle moved through there, it definitely wasn't a quiet, comfortable process for the forest. And the further you get towards the castle, you start to notice this paint looks older, definitely not fresh, and a lot of it's multicolored. You start to see what's definitely words, although it's not a language you understand. However, it is one that Utaka and Israel do. You see in various multicolored paints written on the trees, the further you get into the forest, words written in primordial, in this curvy, signature cursive handwriting. It's sloppy, but has that element of elegance to it. As if done with a finger very primitively, but with the dexterity of a master. The words written in primordial. Inspiration. 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 Written over and over. The ravings of a lunatic isolated in the forest for who knows how long. The paint is old, dried, and freezing to the bark. And eventually, you see more and more trees knocked over, some uprooted completely. Snow thick on the ground as you're forced to trek through broken branches and high snowfall before quietly the tree line comes to a very unceremonious stop as several uprooted trees are crushed beneath a completely out of place, does not belong there, did not get there naturally castle. The castle itself is plain. gray stonework, lavish but not as extravagant as you would expect of royalty. 4 bastilles, one in each of the corners. The castle itself appears to be about 3 stories, although the 3rd story is a simple roof-mounted floor with no top. The 2nd floor has 2 windows. The curtains pulled open and visible firelight flickering from within. And the front porch-like area of the castle stands in front of you. The pillars holding up the castle are cracked in several places, some broken completely and only held together by the sheer physics of gravity. And a set of ornate double doors up a small set of stairs in front of you. And some of you kind of get unnerved as with the double door setup, the cracked porch light, almost like teeth, the glowing firelight windows higher up. It's almost like the castle itself has a face that looks down on you with hostility.
Did you just describe Castle Grayskull to us?
I don't know what that is.
Oh.
That's He-Man, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gaheris, if you could see Gaheris, is excitedly looking at this castle. Are there any guards posted outside or any visible entities?
Make a perception check.
I would love to.
While you're doing that, what's everyone else doing?
Assisting him, even though he doesn't need it.
Okay. Utaka, you had something?
Holding on to Ivron.
All right. Grias,
We're
Israel?
not dismounting yet, are we?
No, it's just waiting to move ahead as a group.
Okay. Garrus, what'd you roll?
A 16, but my passive perception is an 18.
Okay. Looking around, you don't see any activity, no movement. If there are guards, you can't see them. But at the very least, you don't see any movement. In fact, you haven't seen a lot of movement going through the forest, other than the occasional flying of Ahul bats overhead. But those occur naturally in pretty much every forest at night. You're not too put off by that, and none of them attack you. So, however, Gaheris, your attention is drawn to something. The rest of you can see this, but Gaheris notices it first. Written alongside the walls surrounding the door, almost forming this like runic pattern, is more primordial text, written in that same like finger painted cursive, each one a different color, all written in primordial. So Taka and Israel, if you choose to check it, you can understand it. The bottom left, written in blue, High Priestess. Above that one in silver, Hierophant. Above that in red, Empress. Next to the red, on the opposite side now, in another shade of blue, this one brighter than the first, Devil. Below that, in a dark blood red, smudged with gold, Magician. And finally below that in green on the opposite side of the corner, Temperance.
Is the gate down?
Question, is this the entirety of the major arcana in the tarot deck? Or
It is not the entirety of the major arcana, but it is 6 of the major arcana.
6 of the major arcana. Could you repeat the ones that where I heard? High Priestess, Hierophant,
Empress, Devil, Magician, Temperance.
and then Devil, Magician, Temperance. Cool. Thank you.
And is the door or gate up or down?
The door is closed, and again, this is a relatively small, humble castle, so there is not an actual drawbridge or gate or anything. It's just the castle itself moving. So, yeah, there's a set of double doors up a very small set of stairs onto the porch, and that's about it. Like, this is more what you would call a modern mansion than a true castle,
like an estate.
but Yeah, it's an estate
Okay,
more than a true
okay.
castle.
Did I tell you guys that bitch called me priestess? Like, do I look like a girl?
No, I don't. I
Uh,
think it
Yeah,
has
but
to do with.
I mean, but yeah, I mean, yeah.
what does the word say?
That
They're cards. They're like people
Are
who
they?
go through towns in
Oh.
these. They often come in towns. They tell your fortune. They have cards that
Yeah.
have this stuff on it. My sisters would always go when the festival would come through town. They'd always go to
I
the
mean,
woman who did this.
okay, so he can't read. They can't read it. But it's obviously about us, but there's one too many. Like there's 6.
Is one the prince?
I mean,
Unless-
this is like
Unless
really
one of us is 2 people.
racist bullshit because they're just calling you devil, and I'm pretty sure what Ivron over here is temperance, hierophant. You're one of those ones.
I mean, like, been called
Israel
both.
points out which one is which. She's got High Priestess, Hierophant, Empress, and then Devil, Magician, Temperance.
Well, if it's a devil's a once, it's a devil's a guy. I'm gonna barrel in. No caution today.
Everyone's gonna
Well, that was
make a
devil,
history
but that's
check.
Fine.
You're muted.
I got it. Thank you, though. Ivron, so history check for anything in particular?
Well, I mean, you're referring to like the tarot cards, right?
Yes.
Usually. Yeah. So I guess I don't know if the Barodel would have such travelers that would come in with tarot decks, but does he know off of any lore or history?
Yeah, make me a history check. Yes, people like this would come through the Baradel occasionally. Some just lone travelers and fortune tellers, others full caravans of nomadic people. Others simply, this is their preference on divination magic. Whatever form it takes, the expression is the same. A specialized deck of cards said to be inherently magical towards predicting the future. And indeed, you've never, unless you would have done otherwise, but at least as far as you've communicated, you've never engaged with it yourself, but you have heard the stories. And indeed, some of the phrases Israel and Utaka are using while translating it for the rest of you does sound familiar. You don't know necessarily what they mean, but you are familiar with them.
So those stories just end up discerning someone's fate.
Yeah, supposedly you draw cards from the deck, usually 3, and based on which cards you draw and what direction they're facing when you draw them, supposedly that can predict your past, present, and future.
Well, Ron would be all about that, but I don't think he's ever done it.
Okay, noted.
So yeah, so he's not really going to relay any of this because I don't think it's. Well, he might. He'll say they're tarot decks and they discern the destiny, and maybe we shouldn't go charging in and actually think about this.
Harris is
A
already
little too late.
barreling full
We
force.
are
into the
too
start.
late, and
Yeah.
we need to.
Yeah,
All right.
I think by the time you figure this out, Harris is going to be colliding with that door.
All right, Griaz, you haven't done anything yet. Is there anything you'd like to say or do?
I think he's just going to lean over to Israel. Which one am I?
And she just started to tilt her head.
I don't
I think
know what
he's the
hieroglyph
magician.
is.
We gotta go.
Whatever.
Oh,
Don't worry about it.
Melvin.
Oh. Oh
They
no.
might not pertain to one of us.
And Israel's like, and would be like continuing. It's like, you say that, and then it will. look what I did. I said it might not be the artist. What did it end up being? The artist. This day.
All right, Harris, you charge. As you're just bashing down the door full out. Okay.
Well, it's like shield first, like.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Basically, you're not summoned to politely open it after sprinting up to it. That's all I wanted to check.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna test if this thing's locked. I'm barreling in, so my momentum carries me into the room. If something's there, I can just fear everything.
Okay. You sprint. You can hear the group talking before their voices kind of get more hurried and loud as they seem to notice you doing this. Before you...
I have a battle cry, too. It is, Painter, I will slay you! This is the end!
And with that, you bash open the doors that were not locked. And as the doors fly open, you kind of stumble slightly and ready your sword.
Empty
Nothing
courtyard.
inside. Looking around, you find yourself in a entrance hall. A pretty grand room, all things considered. On either side of you, there are two doors. And directly ahead of you are two sets of stairs, one curling up to the right, one curling down to the left. At your feet, you find a stretched out, lavish, deep blood red rug, unfurled out, and then going down the leftmost stairs that travel down. And looking up, you see a chandelier hanging over the entrance hall. Bathing the room in this kind of greenish red light, which between the face-like visage of the outside of the castle and this bathed lighting, you almost feel like you've been eaten. And you don't see anything else or anyone else.
Wonderful. If I was a baddie, which I'm not, where would I be if I was running away from a bunch of intrepid cultist hunters? It's definitely not going to be the basement where you have no form of escape. It's going to be somewhere up high. Is what Harris is
Sergeant after him while he's
yeah.
assessing
I
this.
feel like we're definitely entering.
Yeah, we're
Gaharis
like
is
within
looking
a
at the
round from-
entrances, and I think Gaharis, after a second of deliberation, is like, I think that they are probably upstairs.
This is... Okay, I'm gonna hop off Yao at this point.
Detect good and evil. or divine sense, sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe we should not break down all the doors. This is exactly the kind of place that's gonna be fucking trapped.
Yeah, and she's looking around and she's just sort of like wrinkling her nose at the decorating choices. Just like,
Speaking of, as you all catch up to Gaharis and Utaka, you scold him. Israel looking around. Gaharis, you noticed this, but didn't necessarily immediately take it in as unusual. Israel, you notice but with the kind of grim lighting and the kind of sparse decoration, all things considered, again, it's a relatively humble estate, like by estate standards. Looking around, you notice what you had initially taken for just shading in this odd colored lighting. You notice this entrance hall from top to bottom, everything but the floor is covered in paintings. Almost the entire room turned into this giant mosaic. You almost would have thought it to be stained glass if it weren't for the visible stonework supporting it.
she literally, like, you see her, when she realizes this, she goes, oh no. And she just puts her head in her hand. And she just takes a deep breath. It's all paintings. This whole thing is made of paintings. And she like kicks at some that she can see. Are they loose? Can you like wedge them apart, or are they like stuck back?
No, they'll
literally construct the room.
No, yeah, they've literally just painted onto the walls and ceiling, but just so completely that you didn't even notice it was stone. Like it almost has like a stained glass if it weren't glass, like that kind of design to it.
How the fuck has she had the time to do this? It's only been like a month and maybe a half.
Magic?
I am assuming that she had help from some of the aides in this castle. Probably mind control?
Yeah. Actually, definitely mind control. The snowmen were mind controlled.
Nobody saw them for a month? If you have all the hands.
And she has at least 60 to 70 people under her control?
Griaz and Ivron, while the three of them deliberate, you start taking a look at the paintings themselves once they're pointed out. Ivron, you notice where the staircases join and then start to separate, one going down, one going up. You see an elaborate, very, very flattering mosaic of Villanova herself. Paintbrush in one hand, canvas in the other, crossed arms, eyes closed, and sprouting from their bald head, all in this painting, is these rainbow of colors, creating this like brightly colorful visual that's just darkened by the just dark green and red of the chandelier that doesn't flatter the paint at all. And Griaz, on the side of the room where you guys had come in, you see that these rainbows travel up the ceiling, down the opposite wall to where you're looking, and you both see that on the wall where the door was that you guys burst in through, paintings of yourselves, armored, weapons at the ready, but your features are exaggerated, hideous, and ugly. Eyes dark, either blood red or pitch black. Weapons at the ready, almost this like mosaic visualization of a great battle between good and evil. Almost church-like, religious in its dedication and care.
Ron is going to go up to Villanova's portrait. And I think he's going to utilize detect magic again.
To your surprise, while it does have that slight flicker, almost like an ebb of it, it's not magical. Although, make me an Arcana check if you don't mind.
Oh no. 18.
You get that slight ebb of Children of Red Sight magic, although with how subtle it is, you imagine this is more just from her touching it than from it being magical itself. What does catch your eyes beneath those ebbs, there's something else. A slight pulse of divination magic.
He would call over anybody that would listen and tell them as to what he found.
So just this ain't magical? Not any of the other stuff is?
Israel would actually take out her detection wand that she hasn't used at all. And she points it first at their portraits and near the doorway where the words have been written to see if that place pings for any magic and what magic would return.
And indeed, as you wave it over the door, almost scanning, it returns with a slight flicker of light. As everyone said, divination magic.
The painting of Villanova, is it portraited or is it like painted onto the wall itself?
Again, all these are painted onto the wall. Okay. Almost like she has just turned the walls of this castle into a canvas with how long she's been here.
Okay. Looking at that, Geharis will reach into... Sorry, I had to make sure I had it. I will reach into my pack and pull out a thing of oil, of lamp oil. And I uncork it really casually and then smash the bottle against the painting.
You throw, and the silence of the estate is shattered, metaphorically and literally. The lamp oil drips down. The paint does not come loose so easily. This seems to be pretty old paint. But nothing particularly unusual happens. Although, as you watch the lantern oil drip and silence comes back over the estate, two sounds happen in succession after the impact and the moment of silence of the lantern oil dripping. The painting itself seems unaffected, but there's this echoing all around you as if the house all at once creaked from the impact.
Oh, fuck.
And you hear this kind of mechanical crackling whine. And looking around, you look up and see up at the top in one of the corners appears to be a very basic little bronze speaker, the kind of thing that you would use to communicate with servants anywhere in the castle. And as the mechanical whine settles, you hear it's tinny, distant, and this technology is definitely not exactly what you'd expect from modern standards, but the accent and voice is unmistakable. Oh, yes! I saw this in my dreams, you know. I knew you were coming.
I am sorry, I am unfamiliar with who I am speaking to.
You know who I am, Devil. We all know who we are.
I think that there is some confusion. You don't know who you are. If you knew who you are, you wouldn't have gone to the Children of Red Sight for them to tell you what you should be. You are a coward that has been kidnapping, that has been hiding behind false paintings and false lies. So turn yourself in. Do the first good thing you have ever done.
Never. The wheel of fortune connects us all, and I will not leave his service. I am above the petty worshippers, the cultists and selfish whims of men that have followed in his wake. I am a true believer. I see what no one else can.
I want to throw a dagger at the speaker.
Honestly, like, Israel, like, go for it, my man.
Oh, you want to monologue, villain? Ha ha!
Utaka,
Well,
as you
not
pull...
interrupting some villain monologues.
Yeah.
Can you see where that speaker goes? Like, where is...
The speaker is built into the corner, one of the topmost corners of the entrance hall. However, you do see a pipe connecting up into the ceiling and out of sight.
She's up, is what she indicates to Gaharis, and she'd head toward the staircase.
Oh yeah, dead sprint. Gaharis is like, glad I was right. It's just a boom.
Any problem with me?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll say go ahead and make me an attack roll just to be safe, but it's an object, so not too hard to hit, but...
That'll be a 14.
Okay. It's a bit of a tough hit, but you do manage to throw, and as Villanova, unable to see you most likely, continues to speak, the wheel is turning and turning and turning and turning, and at that point the dagger impacts and the speaker breaks off, and you can hear this like rattling wind coming from the pipe as it's no longer able to properly transmit the sound, but from the sounds of it, she has not stopped speaking.
Let's go. I will collect my dagger. That thing's worth money.
Oh yeah.
Griaz, Avron, any objections to going upstairs?
I think if Ron is able to hear, he just like, are you sure you don't want to surrender?
You get no You get no response. Utaka has cut off their ability to respond. Although that does alert you to what the rest of the party hadn't picked up on, that even though they don't seem to be in the same room, they were able to hear Gaharis and respond to him.
Almost like they could scribe via these magical paintings.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Like
Hence why
a
I was like,
filthy
oil,
divoter
maybe
able
they
to
can't
speak
see
on
through it.
themselves.
At that, I think Evron's just gonna draw his great sword and reluctantly follow after it.
Okay, Griaz?
He has shotgun in hand, and I think he's keeping his goggles on because he's also looking for. I think I'm probably just going to stick with True Sight because it can detect anything that's invisible.
Mm-hmm.
So he's looking for.
And the true forms of disguised things.
Yes. So I guess also kind of using those on the paintings to see if they look any different.
No difference you can discern.
Then yeah, he's basically looking for like secret panels or
Secret tunnels.
Secret tunnels, yes, through the mountain.
And
yeah, so he's trying to stick maybe towards the middle or the back because it only has that 10-foot range. So he is otherwise not going to be too useful. They're out of the woods, so his like tracking thing is done for now.
Okay, noted. And I will say, make me a perception check if you don't mind.
I should just know my perception because I do it all the time. It's a 19.
As you're looking over, you don't see anything unusual about the paintings themselves. However, as you look with your True Sight goggles, you notice something out of place. You can see glimpses of the actual internal structure of the castle, which is a little off-putting, and you sometimes have to lift the goggles up to make sure you don't like stumble, like because you're getting confused about what's in front of you. But something stands out. You see a small white ovular shape in the wall itself. You initially aren't even necessarily sure what it is. It's flat, well, not completely flat, but like flat top and bottom, and like almost like a sushi roll kind of shape. And looking down and up, you see matching ones, almost a uniform distance from each other. And you're not exactly sure what to make of it. It's what they are is familiar to you in some way, but you can't immediately put your finger on what it is or why. But yeah, just these stark white, small round shapes in the structure of the castle itself.
Hey, yo, hold up real quick. Can he potentially do a roll to see if he can identify what these things are? If not, I have something else.
Do me a favor, make me a medicine check.
Medicine check. Okay. It was only a 10 plus 3, so 13.
It looks like bones, but you can't identify what kind. But not like full skeletons, just like as if pieces of a skeleton were just dotted throughout the structure of the castle.
That's like levels of yikes.
Yeah.
Great.
There was part of it was like, I want to grab one of these things. Not so much anymore. Yeah, I think somebody has inserted human parts into the structure of this. Yeah, there's bones in the wall.
Pardon? Bones in the wall?
Yeah, he's just gonna hand over the goggles.
He will take them
over the wall.
and hold them up and look at the wall as indicated.
And indeed, uniform stretched up through the single bone.
Like spinal column?
They do indeed appear to be not a spinal column, but almost individual vertebrae, but forcibly stretched to occupy a greater space than they were meant to.
And do they look like human vertebrae?
with how you can only see like 3, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah,
But
she's definitely gonna get
size-wise-
closer and like look at this.
Like, are they scaled to the building, or are they like
human sized, but just like, again, almost like you took the vertebrae of something and just like forced it to like attach to 2 such opposite ends that this is just the best thing, almost like a game's physics engine failing.
I'm gonna slip ahead by Gaheris.
Just kind of pull Israel aside. So we know that people have been turned into other things.
And she's like, is this place made of people?
I think this place may be a person.
Oh God. And she just gets like this like really like pale expression. And she has this sinking feeling that this is the prince. That she's turned into the edifice he once ruled, and now she rules inside him, and that's just levels of screwed up. And she's just like,
And Israel, as that thought runs through your head and you look around and all that, the imagery you'd been thinking about, the castle's front looking vaguely like a face, Gaheris running inside looking like he was being swallowed, and looking up at the greenish red chandelier, you can't help but feel like you're inside of a mouth.
and she just started to disagree. It's like, we're inside a person. And she just like hands the goggles back, and she has that look of like when she woke up from her nightmares with her patron. Like, it's this very similar look of like, I am being haunted by lots of thoughts that I wish I didn't have.
That would make this the second time Gaheris has been eaten by someone this campaign.
Yeah,
My
you got me there.
I was like, oh, normal Tuesday night for Gaheris.
Old times laughing about it.
Yeah. Like, what do you do in that situation? You either scream or laugh.
And so, with that horrifying image in the druid and warlock's mind, Gaheris and Utaka, towards the front, start making your way up to the 2nd floor of the castle. Ivron behind, and Griaz and Israel at the back. The first to realize the sheer scale of what Villanova is doing. A mad woman worshiper, turning, indeed, if Israel's hunch is correct, possibly having turned the prince into the very castle he ruled, inside of a living thing on that sheer scale, bigger than anything you fought, possibly stronger. Who knows what lies ahead? As the paladin and deeply still injured cleric rogue take the lead of the group, heading upstairs. You said you were slipping up past Gaheris, and Gaheris is in front.
Oh, no, I just mean I'm not still injured. I'm at full
I wasted
HP.
a lot of my healing touch on Utaka.
In spell slots, perhaps. Injured, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as you all, various levels of sickened and uncomfortable, start to make your way upstairs, as you pass under the severed pipe, Utaka kind of dodging out of the way as the speaker you had hit actually just comes completely crashing down from the pipe and just falls down the stairs. The wind of Villanova's voice seems to have ceased, although you can't hear exactly what it is, again, without the speaker like amplifying it and like making it comprehensible. But there's a silence for a moment, but as you guys are starting to head up to the 2nd floor, as you pass underneath the now broken pipe, you can hear this almost melodic as you pass under the pipe of this muffled, untranslatable, like she's singing, but you don't know exactly what she's saying. There's words, but you can only hear the rhythm and not what she's actually saying.
Do we get the feeling she's still listening to us?
You don't know.
Or I guess with this much divination magic, she's always listening, even when she's not.
She literally made this castle
Yeah.
for person. I don't think we're hiding anything.
Yeah, so as we're running up, I'm gonna slip a hand to the gaslight. And I want to make it subtle enough that my allies know I'm doing it. But for someone who has never seen the gaslight, and I don't think I've ever used it against a Cult of Red Sight member, so they would have no knowledge of this, that I am going to use it. And would you like me to make a sleight of hand? I'm going to use a nat 20 for a chat crit, so...
Okay, noted.
And
You open the gaslight, and remind me again what phrase was within?
Turn around, you have seen nothing.
You do hear a brief pause in the singing. And you almost think it may have worked after a moment of silence. And you can hear something being said, but again, with Utaka having broken the pipe, you can't hear what they're actually saying. They say something that you're unable to hear before the singing resumes.
It was worth a try.
Yeah.
Gaharis, as the light fades from your lantern and you shut it, disappointed but not overly surprised, you all start making your way upstairs in this macabre reconstruction of a lost body into a castle form. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh, Matt, why do you do this to me?
It's funny because I even had the song they were going to be singing pulled up, but Utaka made it to where it couldn't be heard.
They're just like, I'm walking on sunshine.
Sunshine.
We're all like,
No
please make it
regrets.
stop.
Zero regrets.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Israel supports that action, because if it had been singing Dear God, there would just be flames. She'd burn the whole thing down. Too bad if it's a person. Just no.
I mean, acceptable casualties.
Exactly, one acceptable casualty.
If we have to dragon fire this building with a Cult of Red Sight member in it, you know, fair trade.
I hear that paint is very flammable.
Yup.
And I have bonfire.
And
Especially
we've already
medieval
splashed
paint.
some oil onto the estate.
The stone estate.
He probably has wood somewhere.
Fire that's hot enough will burn stone too.
I mean, that's fair. I'm just pointing it out. But yeah, so.
That's my next item from Basil, is just a ever-burning flaming orb that burns stone. Just roll that
Just so you
baby
can
through.
burn my dungeons down.
Yeah. Matt's like, you see no exit. I make an exit with fire.
Yeah, that's called C4. Yeah, so
Or the
that's where we're ending off tonight.
or the portable hole item, which
Oh,
I've
yeah.
been waiting to use.
That's true. Yep. All right. Well, it has been lovely seeing all you lovely raiders that stuck around. My name is Graham, or Graham Crackers, and this is my channel. If this is your first time, welcome. We are a bunch of friends that like to play D&D. You can find us here every Tuesday at 7:30 Eastern Standard or 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, where I DM the Shards of Anarian and Anarian's Rest with some lovely, lovely people. Or you can find me here on Fridays, where I play Gaharis Nervos Blackmont, your favorite Tiefling Paladin Oath of Conquest. Or Oath of Conquest Paladin, I guess would be the proper way to say that. But I had a delight tonight, and it's so nice to see some new faces in the chat, sending love your way, and I'm going to pass it off. Hey, everybody. Oh, shoot. I should probably say some other projects I'm in. Well, if you like seeing my face on the internet, you can find me at Twitter at GrahamCrackers1, which is down below in the About Me section on the channel. Or you can find me on Polished Cryptid every other Saturday on her channel at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard, where I will be playing a four-shot of These Strong Hands, based on every 80s movie, such as Neverending Story, in which you get to play a variety of fey creatures. I'm going to be playing a red cap, because big boots, red hat, you're basically Santa. But outside of that, you can find me on, I believe, Wednesdays, or a place coming to you soon, where I will be in some recordings on the Games Tavern in a brand new short shot campaign. Don't know what I'm playing yet, but it'll be a surprise to you and me as I wing things like usual. Outside of that, you can find me on wherever. I'm on a variety of places. You'll just find me. But more importantly, where can you find these lovely players and this lovely DM that I play with? because they are all over the place, and I highly recommend you check them out.
Hi, I'm gonna get myself out of the way first because you can't find me anywhere. This is it. This is your one place to get any of me content. I am here on every other Tuesday in the Anarian's Rest campaign, DM'd by the lovely Graham. And I am also here every Friday, as you may well know, at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to play here as Israel in the Goldshine Investigations. I do not have Twitter. I will not have a Twitter. I may exist in other places, but that's for me to know and you all to find out. But have a good one. It's been great.
Well, on the converse of Kari, I'm in a number of places. So, hi everybody. I am Derek Sword. If you want to find me and my projects, the best place is Twitter at dsword16. Tomorrow, we are back with Horizon's Call, but not the normal campaign. We're doing a prequel game. So I'm joined by an amazing cast. Eva and Kayla will, as always, be there, but we're also joined by Jambo, Seth, and Tiny Trees from Team SideQuest. So we are going to be playing a modulation of Secrets of the Skyhorn Lighthouse by Arcane Library. Very excited. It's one of my favorite kind of one-shots out there. You can find it through DM's Guild, but that will be 6 p.m. Eastern on Eva Sariot's channel. Still set in the oceanic world of Damaris, still kind of tying into the overall world. After that, I will be on the Lady Dames channel from midnight to 3 Eastern time for Smutty Saturday. We are finalizing Tingler month, so we will be reading some wonderful Tinglers by the two-time Hugo finalist, Dr. Chuck Tingle. If you're not familiar, don't put it in your Google search. You don't want that. I am always here on Fridays. I'm also here every other Tuesday for Shards of Anarian, the alternating game from the one that Kari is. I'm joined by, of course, Graham as our DM and Pharaoh as a wonderful co-player. And I also play a monstrous race in that. I play a Null Ranger named Verban, and if you can't tell I love monsters, best way to tell is I am also the co-host of the podcast Monster Crush. So if you enjoy monsters and cryptids and all sorts of abominations and think that they deserve smooches and also just like learning about them, check Monster Crush out wherever podcasts are found. That's it for me.
I suppose I will go. I am Pharaoh. I played Utaka today. You can really only find me on Graham Cracker's channel here on Fridays for the lovely Goldshine Investigations. You can also find me on Tuesdays, every other Tuesday, which will be now 2 Tuesdays from now. You can find me in Shardsman Narian, where I play Sinra Starmain, a princess? Question mark? I don't know. We'll see. You can also find me on Twitter at Ferocious. I don't know if we'll do the linkages in the chat, and I will pass it off to whoever the heck wants to go.
I'll sneak in there. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremy, and I have the wonderful privilege of playing Ivron Blackmont, the Oath of Devotion Paladin, with these lovely folks. You can't find me anywhere else, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending who you are. And I believe, as it was stated, my Twitter handle is in the chat. There's not a whole lot going on there, so don't be surprised if you happen to drop by. Anyways, I think at this point, again, without further ado, I'm going to pass it off to our wonderful GM.
That's me. I was Matt, your DM. I played everyone who wasn't these lovely folks. I got to be an artist. I got to be several totally not suspects. I got to be a lot of people. I got to be an elk. If you enjoyed my elks, monsters, and murder mysteries, check out more of my DMing on the Odd Tornado Productions Twitch and YouTube channels for my Tuesday game of Black Ink and Blue Blood, a politically driven campaign taking place in the same campaign setting, specifically in Evron and Geharis' homelands, 265 years after the events of this campaign, where the party is currently spearheading a rebellion alongside Evron's daughter after Dark Elf thieves have taken the Baradel. So go there, watch Ivron's flesh and blood avenge her father's honor. If you want to see more of my personal work where I do not have chat crits and advantage to worry about, there's my webcomic Undercommon, also taking place in the same campaign setting, featuring one of the first goblins to ever become an adventurer. There are Undercommon on Webtoon or Tapas. And if you want to see anything else from me that I forget to mention, or just things from other awesome people I get to work with, like the Hummelverse, whose shirt I'm wearing right now, go to Odd Tornado Productions Official on Tumblr, where we have links to everything and post anything that we make. It's awesome stuff. Everyone's super talented. I was born in a tube to DM, but other people have much more varied curvy tubes that they were born in. And that's about it for me.
All right. Well, thanks to everyone who stayed. Honestly, this channel isn't what it is without all of you here. I am super thankful that you all stopped by to hang out from the bottom of my heart. It is wonderful to see so many of you here being active in the chat and just, making it a wonderful experience. So we're gonna raid someone. I was about to raid someone and then they went offline, so while I look for another person to raid, because I like to raid tiny people, because they deserve the views. So,
Good.
Someone stall for me. How about we roleplay a scene of one of your characters walking into a McDonald's to order fries? In fact, how about all 5 of you are in the same car ordering from McDonald's while I go look for someone to raid? Go roleplay that out.
McDonald's!
I have 5 quarter pounders for me, 5 for Junior. He's hungry. We need.
Did they have any of that barbecue sauce?
Ivron.
Just like a bag of barbecue sauce.
Ivron, I need a Happy Meal toy for Junior.
Add 1 Happy Meal toy. Is there anything else? Does anyone want anything else before I close the order and pull forward?
I want a Sprite and like a really big order of chicken nuggets.
Do they have Pepsi here?
No, they don't have Pepsi. They only sell Coke products.
Ask them if they have Pepsi, though.
We are going to raid Mythical Rollers in about 8 seconds. They are playing some D&D. I hope to see some of you there. Why don't we spam some of that Graham love and some of that Graham hype in their chat? Make them know who we are, because we love everybody, and they should love us. And if they don't love us yet, they're going to.
Bye, everyone. Love you all.
See you next week. Take care, stay happy, stay healthy, and stay hydrated. Bye for now.